There is a small town in Utah where the wind carries dust across flat, sun-bleached roads, and where the mountains in the distance hold their silence like something sworn to secrecy. It is the kind of town where families know one another by name, where diners and hardware stores share the same block, and where children ride their bicycles past storefronts that have not changed in decades. It is not a famous place. It is not a place you would seek out on a map. But it is here, in this unremarkable stretch of the American interior. The two men once sat across from each other and imagined something wonderful. Something that would bring laughter and music and birthday cake to children who had never seen anything quite like it. Their names were William Afton and Henry Emily, and the thing they built together would outlast them both, though not in the way either of them intended. What began as a shared dream of family entertainment would, over the course of many years, become one of the longest and most harrowing stories ever told about what happens when grief festers, when ambition turns inward, and when the things we build to bring joy are repurposed for something far darker. This is the complete story of Five Nights at Freddy's, and it begins, as so many stories do, with friendship. William Afton was a man of business. He understood numbers, logistics, the mathematics of profit and loss. He was charismatic in the way that certain people are when they want something from you. A smile that arrived quickly and left just as fast. A handshake that felt rehearsed. He had a family of his own, a wife whose name and fate remain unknown to us, and 3 children. His eldest, Michael, his daughter Elizabeth, and his youngest son, a boy the community would come to know only as the crying child, for reasons that would become tragically clear. Henry Emily was different. Where William was calculating, Henry was creative. He was an engineer, a tinkerer, a man who understood the language of gears and servos and hydraulic joints, the way a poet understands meter and rhyme. Henry could look at a pile of metal and wiring and see a character, a performer, a friend, for children who had never had one made of steel and paint. His workshop, wherever it was, must have been a place of perpetual invention, a space cluttered with prototypes and sketches, with half-assembled endoskeletons standing in corners like headless sentinels, with rolls of synthetic fur and cans of acrylic paint lining the shelves. Henry's genius was not merely technical, it was empathetic. He understood what children wanted from an animatronic character, not just movement and sound, but the illusion of attention. The feeling that the character on stage was looking at you, was performing for you, was happy to see you specifically among all the other children in the room. He programmed his creations to track faces, to respond to proximity, to create the impression of a relationship between performer and audience that was entirely artificial but felt absolutely real. This capacity for manufactured intimacy would prove to be both the Fazbear brand's greatest asset and its most devastating vulnerability. For the same mechanisms that made children feel safe around the animatronics also made them feel safe around the man inside the suit. He had a daughter of his own, Charlotte, and by all accounts, he loved her deeply, the way a man loves the thing that makes the rest of the world bearable. Together, these two men founded a company they called Fazbear Entertainment, and sometime in the 1970s, they opened the doors of a small establishment that would change everything. It was called Fredbear's Family Diner, and it was, by the standards of the time, a modest operation. A single stage, 2 performers, pizza and cake, and the sound of children laughing. The performers were not human, though they could be. That was the trick, the innovation that set Fredbear's apart from every other family restaurant in town. Henry Emily had designed and built 2 animatronic characters, mechanical figures, that could move and sing and wave their arms in time with music. The first was Fredbear, a golden bear with a purple hat and bow tie, whose warm, rounded features were meant to evoke friendliness and trust. The second was Spring Bonnie, a golden rabbit with a wide, fixed smile, designed as Fredbear's companion and stage partner. These were not ordinary animatronics. They were something Henry called Springlock suits, and they represented his most ambitious engineering achievement. The Springlock mechanism was deceptively simple in concept, but treacherous in practice. Each suit contained an internal endoskeleton, the robotic framework that allowed the character to move autonomously on stage. But by inserting a hand crank into a designated slot and turning it firmly, a performer could wind the endoskeleton's components back against the walls of the suit, compressing the mechanical parts and creating enough space for a human being to climb inside. The springs would lock into place, holding the heavy machinery at bay, and the performer could then wear the suit as a costume, walking and talking and interacting with children as if the character had come to life. It was ingenious. It was also extraordinarily dangerous. The spring locks that held the endoskeleton in its compressed position were sensitive to moisture, to sudden movement, to the slightest irregularity in pressure. If the locks failed, if even one of them slipped, the entire endoskeleton would snap back into its default position with tremendous force, and anyone inside the suit would be impaled, crushed, and killed in a matter of seconds. The training tapes that would later be recovered from Fazbear entertainment locations described this process in clinical detail. A recorded voice calmly explaining that, in the event of a springlock failure, the wearer should try to leave the area before bleeding out so as not to disturb the guests. It is a chilling instruction, delivered with the practiced detachment of a corporation more concerned with its public image than with the lives of its employees. But in those early days, the danger seemed theoretical, a risk that careful handling could mitigate. William Afton wore the Spring Bonnie suit regularly, and by some accounts, he was proud of his ability to perform in it effortlessly, moving through crowds of children with a showman's confidence. Henry, for his part, would sometimes wear the Fredbear suit, though his heart was always more in the design than the performance. Together, they gave Fredbear's family diner its identity. 2 golden characters on a small stage, singing for children who believed, truly believed, that the magic was real. And perhaps, for a time, it was. The diner was a local success. Families came for birthday parties and weekend dinners. Children pressed their faces against the stage barrier and reached out to touch the character's fur. The smell of pizza and the sound of mechanical singing filled the building. And for a little while, Fredbear's Family Diner was exactly what its name promised: a place for families, a place for joy. It was successful enough that the concept attracted attention beyond the town. There were conversations about expansion, about creating a larger chain of restaurants with more characters, more stages, more entertainment. The 2 golden performers on their modest stage were only the beginning. But even in those earliest days, before the first tragedy, before the first drop of blood, there were already cracks in the foundation that no one seemed willing to examine. The Springlock suits were a liability waiting to happen. The relationship between the 2 founders, one a creator driven by love and the other a businessman driven by something harder to name, contained tensions that would eventually prove irreconcilable. And the children of both men, the small lives that orbited this enterprise like planets around a sun, were already being drawn into the gravitational pull of something none of them could escape. The story of Fredbear's Family Diner is not simply the story of a restaurant. It is the story of an idea. The idea that you could build a machine that made children happy, and that this happiness could be packaged and sold and replicated endlessly. It is the story of what happens when that idea meets the realities of human nature, of grief and ambition, and the terrible things that people do when they believe no one is watching. And it is the story of what the machines themselves become when the people who built them are no longer in control. There was another figure whose work would prove essential to the Fazbear legacy, though his name would not surface in the public record for many years. Edwin Murray was an engineer and inventor, the owner of a company called Murray's Costume Manor, which he had inherited from his father. Murray's Costume Manor was a workshop and factory that designed and manufactured costumes, animatronic characters, and entertainment products for a variety of clients. And Fazbear Entertainment was among them. Edwin was a brilliant man, perhaps even more inventive than Henry in certain respects. But he was also obsessive, prone to losing himself in his work at the expense of everything else. He had a wife named Fiona, who had helped design some of the most recognizable characters that would later populate the Fazbear restaurants, and a young son named David, whom Edwin adored in theory, but often neglected in practice. Edwin's contributions to the Fazbear brand were significant. He was commissioned to create designs for a new generation of animatronic characters that would eventually become the main cast of a larger restaurant concept. Characters that we would come to know as Freddy Fazbear, Bonnie the Rabbit, Chica the Chicken, and Foxy the Pirate. Fiona's artistic sensibility shaped many of these early designs, particularly Chica and Foxy, giving them a warmth and personality that pure engineering alone could not have achieved. But the relationship between Murray's Costume Manor and Fazbear Entertainment was not a smooth one. There were disagreements about creative direction, about budget, about the use of spring-lock technology in the new designs. William Afton, in particular, seemed to push for changes that frustrated Edwin, alterations to Fiona's original concepts that Edwin found ugly and unnecessary. There is evidence suggesting that Afton may have actively sabotaged Edwin's standing within the company, using his friendship with Henry to undermine the engineer's authority and eventually acquire his technology on terms that were far from fair. This is a pattern that would repeat itself throughout the Fazbear story. The corporation consuming the people who built it, discarding their contributions, while keeping their inventions. Edwin Murray's most important creation, however, was not a restaurant character. It was something else entirely, something that would not reveal its true significance for decades. But that is a story for later. For now, what matters is that the pieces were in place. The diner was open. The suits were built. The families were gathering. And two men stood at the center of it all. One who built things because he loved what they could become, and one who saw in those same creations something that no one else could see. A potential that had nothing to do with entertainment and everything to do with control. There is one more detail about the Afton household that deserves attention because it provides one of the few direct windows into the domestic reality behind the public facade. Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator contains a hidden minigame known within the community as Midnight Motorist, in which the player drives a car through rain-slicked streets at night, eventually arriving at a house on the outskirts of a town. Inside the house, a figure is sitting in front of a television, and another room contains a bed and a broken window, with footprints leading away from the house into the woods behind it. The interpretation of this scene is debated, but the most widely accepted reading is that the house belongs to the Afton family. The figure watching television is Michael, and the broken window and the footprints belong to the crying child who has escaped from his room and fled into the night, possibly toward the restaurant, possibly toward something else. If this reading is correct, then the Midnight Motorist minigame is one of the franchise's most intimate and most devastating scenes. It shows a home that is not a home, a place where a child is kept rather than cared for, where the response to a child's flight is not concern but anger, where the adult who arrives in the rain-soaked driveway does not ask where the child went, but demands that the door be opened with a fury that suggests the child had good reason to run. The broken window is not the detail of a happy household. It is the detail of a household where the exits have been sealed and the only escape is through shattered glass. And the footprints leading into the dark woods are not the footprints of a child going on an adventure. They are the footprints of a child running away from something that frightens him more than the darkness. The diner thrived, at least for a time. Children came on weekends and birthdays, drawn by the novelty of the golden bear and the golden rabbit, characters who could sing and dance and wave with a fluidity that no static costume performer could match. Parents brought cameras, staff wore matching shirts with the Fredbear logo, a smiling bear face haloed by a purple top hat. The smell of pizza dough and cheap frosting hung in the air alongside the faint mechanical hum of the animatronics cycling through their routines. It was a small business in a small town, and it had all the charm and all the limitations that such a description implies. But William Afton saw something larger in it, a model that could be scaled, franchised, replicated across the country. He began drafting plans for expansion almost immediately, envisioning a chain of restaurants under a new brand name, one that would carry the spirit of Fredbear's into a broader market. The name he chose was Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, and the character who would anchor it was a brown bear with a black top hat and a microphone, a more generic, more marketable evolution of the golden original. Henry, for his part, was less interested in expansion and more interested in refinement. He wanted to build better animatronics, more lifelike, more capable, more attuned to the children who came to see them. He experimented with new programming routines, with more sophisticated servos, with materials that would allow the characters to move with greater range and expressiveness. The tension between William's ambition for growth and Henry's ambition for craft would define the early years of Fazbear Entertainment. A tension that was productive for a time, but would eventually curdle into something far more destructive. It is a dynamic that appears frequently in the histories of companies that begin as partnerships. One person who sees the potential for scale, and another who sees the potential for excellence. And the friction between these two visions can produce either greatness or ruin. In the case of Fazbear Entertainment, it produced both simultaneously. The restaurants that emerged from this partnership were technically impressive and commercially viable, achieving a level of animatronic sophistication that was genuinely remarkable. Children loved the characters. Parents appreciated the entertainment value. The brand grew, and beneath the surface of that growth, in the safe rooms and the back offices and the sealed spaces between the walls, something else was growing too. Something that fed on the very success that the partnership produced. Because every new location meant new children, and new children meant new opportunities for a man who had learned to see opportunities where others saw only innocence. The employees who worked at Fredbear's in those early days have left almost no record of their experience, at least none that has survived in any form we can access. What we can piece together comes primarily from the training tapes that would later be recorded for employees at subsequent locations. tapes that reference the spring-lock suits, the protocols for their use, and the dangers they posed. These tapes, recorded by a man the community refers to simply as Phone Guy, are among the most important primary documents in the entire Fazbear archive, and they paint a picture of a company that was aware of the risks its technology posed and chose to manage those risks through bureaucratic procedure rather than genuine safety reform. The training tapes instruct employees on how to operate the spring-lock suits, how to wind the mechanisms into place, how to avoid the conditions that could trigger a failure. They advise against moisture, against sudden movement, against breathing too heavily on the delicate locking components. They describe, with a clinical detachment that borders on the absurd, what an employee should do in the event of a spring-lock failure while wearing the suit. The instructions are to avoid the main areas of the restaurant, to seek out a designated back room, and to bleed out quietly so as not to disturb the guests. The exact phrasing, as recalled by those who have studied these tapes, suggests that the wearer should try to maneuver away from populated areas before the inevitable happens, presumably to avoid traumatizing the children who had come to see the very character whose suit was now killing the person inside it. This is Fazbear Entertainment in miniature, a company that prioritizes the customer experience so completely that it regards the death of its own employees as primarily a public relations problem. It is a corporate philosophy that would endure through every iteration of the Fazbear brand, from the first diner to the last Pizzalex, and it would create the conditions under which virtually every tragedy in this story was allowed to occur. The spring-lock suits were used by both Henry and William during the early operation of Fredbear's. William, in particular, favored the Spring Bonnie costume, wearing the golden rabbit suit to interact with children during events and performances. He was, by multiple accounts, good at it. He had the kind of energy that children responded to, an enthusiasm that could fill a room, a willingness to get down on their level and make them feel special. This is one of the most disturbing aspects of William Afton's character. The fact that his predatory nature did not manifest as awkwardness or discomfort around children. It manifested as the opposite. He was natural with them. He was trusted by them. And it was precisely this trust, this ease, this ability to wear the mask of a friendly golden rabbit and make it convincing, that would later allow him to lure children to their deaths without raising suspicion. The duality of the spring-lock suit, a machine that could be either a performer or a prison, a source of delight or a mechanism of death, is perhaps the most fitting metaphor for the entire Fazbear enterprise. Everything in this story exists in two states simultaneously. The restaurants are places of joy and places of horror. The animatronics are entertainers and tombs. The man in the rabbit suit is a beloved character and a serial killer. And the company that oversees it all is a family business. Fredbear's Family Diner existed in the space between these dualities, a place where the horror had not yet fully emerged, but was already present in the architecture, in the mechanisms, in the man who smiled behind the golden mask. The golden age of Fredbear's Family Diner was real, but it was also brief, and when it ended with the sound of something mechanical closing shut, and the silence that followed was the kind of silence that only comes when a child stops breathing. But before we speak of that silence, there is one more element of the early Fazbear story that deserves attention, for it would prove crucial to understanding the catastrophe that followed. Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, the larger restaurant that William had envisioned, did eventually open. Whether it operated concurrently with Fredbear's or replaced it is a matter of some debate. But what is clear is that the new establishment was grander in scale and ambition than the diner had ever been. The main stage featured 4 animatronic performers: Freddy Fazbear, the headliner, a brown bear with a magnetic stage presence programmed to lead the show; Bonnie, a purple rabbit with a red guitar, positioned stage left as the band's instrumentalist; Chica, a yellow chicken holding a cupcake whose design carried traces of Fiona Murray's original artwork; and Foxy, a red fox pirate with a hook for a hand, who performed in his own separate enclosure called Pirate Cove. These characters were not Springlock hybrids. They were standard animatronics, built on traditional endoskeletal frames that did not require a human operator to function. The dangerous dual-purpose suits of Fredbear's era were retired from active performance, though they were not destroyed. They lingered in back rooms, in maintenance corridors, in spaces that the company designated as safe rooms, areas that were deliberately excluded from the restaurant's camera systems and floor plans. The stated purpose of these safe rooms was to provide a secure location for employees to don and remove the Springlock suits in private, away from the eyes of customers. But the practical effect was to create hidden spaces within the restaurant that no camera could see and no map could reveal. William Afton knew exactly where these spaces were. He had helped design them. The safe rooms are one of the most quietly disturbing details in the Fazbear mythology. They were officially designated as maintenance areas, places where Springlock suits could be put on and taken off in controlled conditions, away from the moisture and noise of the main restaurant floor. Phone Guy's training tapes referenced them obliquely, noting that certain rooms in the restaurant were not to appear on any camera feeds and were not to be acknowledged on any floor plans or customer-facing maps. The stated reason was practical. These were work areas not part of the customer experience, and their visibility would diminish the theatrical illusion that Fazbear Entertainment was trying to create. But the practical effect was to create blind spots, spaces within the restaurant where anything could happen without being recorded, without being witnessed, without being acknowledged by the systems that were supposed to monitor the building. These safe rooms existed in every Fazbear location, and their design was consistent. A single room, accessible through a door that was often concealed behind a false wall or a maintenance panel, equipped with Springlock suits and basic maintenance tools, and utterly invisible to the security infrastructure of the building. For a man who was planning to commit crimes within the restaurant, these rooms were perfect. No cameras, no witnesses, no record that the space even existed. William did not need to disable the security systems or avoid the camera feeds. He simply needed to walk through a door that no map acknowledged, into a room that no camera could see, and do whatever he wanted in a space that, as far as the official record was concerned, was not there, and they would prove essential to everything he did next. The other significant change that came with the expansion to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza was a shift in William's role. He was no longer just a businessman managing a small diner. He was the co-owner of a growing enterprise, with access to resources, facilities, and a steady stream of children who came through the doors every day, trusting the characters, trusting the staff, trusting the institution that bore Freddy Fazbear's name. For a man with William's inclinations, this was an environment of nearly unlimited opportunity, and the fact that no one around him suspected what he was about to do is a testament not to their naivety, but to the completeness of his disguise. He did not behave like a monster. He behaved like a partner, a father, a man who cared about the business and the families it served. The mask was seamless, and beneath it, something was beginning to stir. The Afton household was not a happy one. Though it may have appeared so from the outside, William kept his family close, in the way that certain men keep things close not out of affection, but out of a need to control what belongs to them. His eldest son, Michael, was old enough to understand that something in his father's temperament was wrong, though perhaps not old enough to articulate what it was. Michael was, by the accounts we can piece together from the fragments left behind, a troubled boy, prone to cruelty of the sort that children sometimes inflict on one another when they have learned cruelty at home. He wore a foxy mask, the fox character from the newer Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, and he used it to terrorize his younger brother, leaping out from behind doors and furniture, delighting in the smaller boy's fear. The younger brother, the one we know only as the crying child, was afraid of the animatronics. This fear was not irrational. There is evidence to suggest that the boy may have witnessed something at the restaurant, something involving his father and a back room, something that a child's mind could not process but could not forget. Whatever the source of his terror, it was profound and constant. He wept, he hid, he begged not to be taken back to Fredbear's, and Michael, rather than protecting him, made it worse. The dynamic between the two brothers is one of the most quietly devastating relationships in the franchise. Michael was old enough to know better, old enough to understand that his younger brother's terror was genuine and not a performance. But Michael had absorbed something from his father, some capacity for cruelty that expressed itself as dominance over a smaller, weaker person. Whether this was learned behavior, modeled on William's treatment of his family behind closed doors, or whether it was the particular cruelty of adolescence, amplified by a household where empathy was not rewarded, is impossible to say. What we can say is that Michael used the masks of the animatronic characters to terrorize his brother, that he enlisted his friends in this campaign, and that the fear he cultivated was not casual or incidental. It was sustained, it was deliberate, and it culminated in an act of violence that, while technically an accident, was the direct and foreseeable result of that deliberate cruelty. The events of 1983 are etched into the history of this franchise like a scar that will not heal. It was the crying child's birthday, and the celebration was held at Fredbear's family diner. Michael and his friends, teenagers with the casual viciousness that adolescence sometimes breeds, had been tormenting the younger boy throughout the day. They wore masks of the animatronic characters and surrounded him, laughing at his tears, pushing him closer and closer to the stage where Fredbear stood in his golden splendor, jaw moving in mechanical rhythm. What happened next was not planned. Not exactly. It was the culmination of sustained cruelty, meeting mechanical indifference. Michael and his friends lifted the crying child and forced his head into Fredbear's open mouth. A prank, a joke, a way to make the scared little boy finally face his fear. But the animatronic's jaw did not cooperate with the joke. The spring lock mechanisms, those delicate, dangerous devices that held the endoskeleton in place, responded to the moisture of the child's tears, or perhaps to the pressure of his small skull against the mechanical joints. Fredbear's jaw clamped shut. The sound it made was not the sound of laughter. It was the sound of bone cracking and metal grinding. And then there was screaming. And then there was silence. The crying child did not die immediately. He was taken to a hospital, or so the fragments of visual evidence suggest, where he lay in a bed surrounded by machines and flowers and the soft, persistent sound of a heart monitor, tracking the slow decline of a life that had barely begun. The room, as depicted in the brief glimpses we are given, was spare and clinical, the kind of room where families gather to wait for news they already know but have not yet accepted. He lingered, suspended between life and death, while his father spoke to him through a Fredbear plushie that sat beside his bed. A plushie that may have contained a camera, a microphone, or something else entirely. The voice told the boy that he would be put back together. Whether this was a promise of healing or something far stranger is a question that has never been satisfactorily answered. The boy died, and with his death, something broke in the Afton family that could never be repaired. This incident, which would come to be known as the Bite of 83, had immediate consequences. Fredbear's family diner could not survive the scandal of a child's death. The establishment closed. Its golden performers retired to storage. Its stage, dark and silent. The local newspapers ran the story with the restrained alarm of small-town journalism, reporting the incident as a tragic accident, a mechanical malfunction during a birthday celebration. The police were involved, statements were taken, and a report was filed that attributed the death to equipment failure and the unsupervised behavior of minors. No criminal charges were brought. No lawsuit, at least none that has survived in the public record, was successfully filed. The Afton family retreated into the private grief that affluent families sometimes retreat into when catastrophe strikes, the kind of grief that happens behind closed doors, in rooms where the curtains are drawn and the phone is left unanswered. Michael, the brother whose prank had caused the death, was old enough to understand what he had done, but perhaps not old enough to fully comprehend the weight of it. That comprehension would come later, in stages, accumulating over years like sediment at the bottom of a river, until the weight of it became the defining feature of his existence. Elizabeth, the younger sister, was likely too young to understand much beyond the fact that her brother was gone, and that the house had become quieter and sadder in ways that no one was willing to explain. And William himself responded to the death of his youngest child in a way that defies easy characterization. There is no evidence that he grieved in any conventional sense. There is no evidence of tears, of withdrawal, of the thousand small collapses that typically accompany the loss of a child. What there is instead is evidence of acceleration. Whatever darkness had been gestating inside William Afton prior to the Bite of 83, his son's death seems to have catalyzed it, transforming latent potential into active pursuit. The questions he had been asking in the privacy of his own mind, questions about death and consciousness and the persistence of the soul, became questions he was willing to answer through experimentation. And the subjects of those experiments would be children. But the business did not end. Fazbear Entertainment had already been expanding. A new restaurant had opened, or would soon open, bearing a new name, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. The golden duo of Fredbear and Spring Bonnie were replaced, or at least supplemented, by a new cast of characters. Freddy Fazbear, a brown bear with a top hat and microphone, became the face of the brand. Alongside him stood Bonnie the Rabbit, a purple figure with a red guitar, Chica the Chicken, a yellow bird carrying a cupcake, and Foxy the Pirate, a red fox with a hook for a hand, who performed in his own separate area called Pirate Cove. These characters were more polished, more marketable, and crucially, they were standard animatronics, not Springlock hybrids. The dangerous dual-purpose suits were retired, at least officially, moved into back rooms and safe rooms that would eventually be sealed from public view. But the old suits were not destroyed. Spring Bonnie and Fredbear lingered in the shadows of these new establishments, relics of an earlier era, waiting in rooms that did not appear on any map. And William Afton knew exactly where they were. The closure of Fredbear's and the death of his youngest son should have been the end of this story. A family destroyed, a business shuttered, a lesson learned about the dangers of putting profit before safety. But William Afton did not learn that lesson. Instead, something inside him shifted, or perhaps something that had always been there was finally given permission to emerge. The death of his son did not soften him. It did not drive him to protect other children. Instead, it seems to have awakened in him a curiosity about death itself, about what happens to a soul when the body that contains it is destroyed, about whether there is a mechanism by which consciousness can persist beyond its natural end. These are questions that a grieving father might ask in the privacy of his own mind. But William Afton did not keep them private. He began to act on them. The first victim was Charlotte Emily. She was Henry's daughter, a small girl with dark hair and a green bracelet on her wrist, and she was attending an event at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza when she was locked outside by other children, left alone in the rain beside the building while the party continued inside without her. Henry had built a security puppet, an animatronic designed specifically to protect Charlotte, programmed to respond to the signal of her green bracelet. But on this night, the puppet was trapped inside its gift box, unable to respond, unable to reach the child it was meant to guard. Charlotte stood outside in the rain, crying. A purple car pulled up. William Afton stepped out. We do not know exactly what he did. The minigame that depicts this moment shows only the barest details. A child crying, a figure in purple, and then the child's sprite turning gray. The color of death. Charlotte Emily was William Afton's first murder victim, or at least the first we can identify with certainty. She was a child, alone and afraid, killed by her father's business partner in the shadow of the very building that her father had helped create. The cruelty of this act is difficult to overstate. Henry had built machines to entertain children. His partner used the cover those machines provided to murder Henry's own daughter. After William left, the security puppet finally freed itself from its box and crawled out into the rain, searching for the child it was programmed to protect. It found Charlotte's body in the alley, cold and still, and it collapsed beside her, its circuit shorting in the rainwater, its mechanical arms draped over the small form it had failed to save. And in that moment, something happened that no engineer had designed and no programming could account for. Charlotte's spirit, her essence, her soul, whatever name you give to the thing that makes a person more than flesh and bone, attached itself to the puppet. The machine that had failed to protect her in life became the vessel that would carry her forward in death. Charlotte Emily became the puppet, the marionette, and she would become one of the most important figures in the entire history of this franchise. A guardian of the dead, a shepherd of lost souls, and eventually the instrument of a justice that would take decades to arrive. The puppet's design, a tall, slender figure with a white face marked by painted purple tears, hollow black eyes, and thin, reaching limbs, is one of the most evocative visual creations in the franchise. It looks like grief given form, like something drawn by a child who has been asked to illustrate the feeling of sadness and has produced an image that is simultaneously beautiful and deeply wrong. The puppet moves in a way that no other animatronic does. Gliding rather than walking, its movements fluid and almost balletic, as if the spirit inside it retained something of the small girl's grace, but expressed it through a body that was never meant to hold a human soul. The music box that keeps the puppet contained in the prize corner of the 1987 location plays a tinkling melody that is both soothing and ominous. A lullaby for the dead that must never be allowed to stop playing, because when the music stops, Charlotte comes looking for the children she has sworn to protect, and she will not be gentle with anyone who stands between her and that purpose. The puppet is, in many ways, the emotional center of the franchise. Charlotte Emily is the first victim, the inciting tragedy, the death that sets everything else in motion. But she is also the most active force for something resembling good in a story populated by killers and corporate enablers and machines that were never meant to house the consciousness of murdered children. Charlotte protects, Charlotte guides. Charlotte gives the gift of continued existence to 5 children who would otherwise have simply disappeared from the world. Their bodies decomposing inside animatronic suits, their stories ending in a back room with no witnesses and no justice. The process by which the children's souls became bound to the animatronics is depicted in the Give Gifts, Give Life minigame from Five Nights at Freddy's 2. And it is a scene of extraordinary tenderness in a franchise that is otherwise defined by violence and fear. The puppet, Charlotte's vessel, moves from child to child, and at each stop, the game shows the puppet placing an animatronic head upon the body of a dead child. The symbolism is layered. On one level, this is Charlotte guiding the children's spirits into the machines, giving them a form, a home, a way to continue existing in a world that has taken their bodies from them. On another level, it is Charlotte giving them masks, the same kind of masks that the franchise uses as symbols throughout its visual language. Masks that conceal what is underneath, that project an identity that is different from the reality behind it. The children become Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy. They lose their names and gain new ones. They lose their faces and gain painted ones. They lose their humanity and gain something else, something that is harder to define, a form of existence that is neither life nor death, but something in between, a permanent liminal state in which they are conscious but confused, powerful but trapped, angry but unable to articulate the source of their anger in any way except violence. The 5th child, Cassidy, whose binding to Golden Freddy is depicted at the end of the minigame, in a moment that breaks the pattern of the previous 4, occupies a special place in the franchise's mythology. Golden Freddy is not like the other animatronics. It does not follow the same rules. It appears and disappears without warning, manifesting as a slumped, lifeless suit that materializes in the player's office and crashes the game, or as a floating head that fills the screen with a face that is simultaneously the face of a children's entertainer and the face of something that has passed beyond entertainment into something far more primal. The community has debated Cassidy's nature and significance since the earliest days of the franchise, and the debate has only intensified as new games have added new layers of complexity. Some believe Cassidy is the spirit that torments William Afton in Ultimate Custom Night, the one you should not have killed, a vengeful presence that has latched onto Afton's soul and dragged him into an endless loop of suffering. Others believe Cassidy shares Golden Freddy with the crying child, creating a dual entity whose behavior reflects the interaction of 2 distinct spirits with different goals and different temperaments. The ambiguity is part of the design. Golden Freddy is the franchise's wild card, the element that defies categorization, the character whose mere presence signals that the rules of the game and the rules of the story are about to be suspended. Whether what Charlotte gave them was a blessing or a curse is a question the franchise does not shy away from asking, but it is clear that her intention was protective, and that her role as the guardian of the dead is the single thread of compassion running through a story that is otherwise dominated by cruelty and indifference. Henry's grief was immense. His daughter was gone, murdered by the man he had trusted as a partner and friend. The details of what followed are sparse. Henry seems to have withdrawn from the business, retreating from public life, consumed by a guilt that he could not articulate, and a suspicion about William that he could not prove. The company continued without him, or at least without his active involvement, and William was left with increasing freedom to pursue the darkness that had taken root inside him. There is a question that the lore of this franchise never answers directly, and perhaps never intends to. What was William Afton's motive? Why did he continue to kill? Some theories suggest that the death of his youngest son drove him to madness, that grief twisted his mind until violence was the only language he could speak. Others argue that the death of the crying child and the subsequent possession of the Fazbear animatronic awakened in William a scientific curiosity about the relationship between death and the supernatural, that he began killing not out of rage, but out of a clinical desire to replicate the phenomenon of a soul binding to a machine. Still others believe that William Afton was always a predator, that the deaths of his children merely removed the last restraints on a nature that had always been monstrous. The truth is that we do not know, and the franchise seems to suggest that the answer may not matter. What matters is what he did, and what he did was terrible beyond measure. What we can observe, however, is the method. And the method tells us something about the man. William Afton did not kill impulsively. He killed with preparation, with planning, with an attention to detail that suggests a mind capable of sustained, rational thought, even in the service of irrational ends. He chose the Spring Bonnie suit as his disguise because it was a character the children already knew and trusted, a character associated with birthday parties and stage shows, and the kind of warm, safe experiences that define a happy childhood. He killed at the restaurant, in a location he knew intimately, where he could control the environment and manage the variables. He hid the bodies inside the animatronic suits, a disposal method that was both practical, concealing the evidence within objects that no one would think to examine, and symbolic, placing the dead children inside the very machines they had come to see. Whether this symbolism was deliberate on William's part or merely a convenient coincidence is another question we cannot answer, but the effect is the same. The children who came to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza to be entertained by the animatronics became, literally, part of those animatronics. They were consumed by the experience in the most terrible way imaginable. William also understood the institutional environment he was operating within. He knew that Fazbear Entertainment, like many companies in the entertainment industry, prioritized its brand reputation above virtually everything else. He knew that the company would be more interested in containing the fallout from a missing children incident than in genuinely investigating its cause. He knew that the safe rooms, those hidden spaces he had helped design, were invisible to the cameras and absent from the floor plans. And he knew that the night guards, the underpaid, underinformed employees who were tasked with watching the building after hours, would be the most convenient scapegoats if suspicion were ever directed toward the restaurant. William operated within the blind spots of an institution that had plenty of them, and he did so with a precision that suggests not merely intelligence, but a deep, structural understanding of how organizations work and where their vulnerabilities lie. The world that William Afton was about to shape through his actions was one where the line between life and death would become blurred beyond recognition, where machines built for joy would become prisons for the souls of murdered children, and where the concept of rest, of peace, of an ending, would become the most elusive thing of all. But before we follow him further into that darkness, we must first understand what happened to the children he killed, and what the machines that held them became. Because the story of Five Nights at Freddy's is not only the story of a killer, it is the story of his victims and of the strange, horrifying, and ultimately heartbreaking afterlife they were forced to endure inside bodies made of metal, wire, and fur. It is also, in a way that is easy to overlook amid the jump scares and the dark corridors, a story about institutions, about the organizations that people build to contain and manage the chaos of human interaction, and about how those organizations develop their own logic, their own priorities, their own survival instincts that can, over time, become entirely disconnected from the welfare of the individuals they were created to serve. Fazbear Entertainment is not merely the backdrop against which William Afton commits his crimes. It is an active participant in those crimes, not in the sense that the company deliberately facilitated murder, though the case could be made, but in the sense that the company's culture, its priorities, its institutional reflexes created an environment in which murder was possible, and in which the consequences of murder could be absorbed, managed, and eventually forgotten without ever being genuinely addressed. The company's commitment to its brand image above all else, its willingness to minimize and conceal the truth about what happened inside its restaurants, its habit of hiring the cheapest possible labor, providing the least possible training, and maintaining the lowest possible level of oversight. Its practice of hiding inconvenient spaces behind false walls and keeping inconvenient truths behind legal disclaimers. All of these institutional tendencies, mundane and familiar as they are, collectively created the conditions under which William Afton could operate for years without detection, and under which the spirits of his victims could remain trapped in their mechanical prisons for decades without anyone acknowledging, let alone addressing, their existence. The institutional horror of Five Nights at Freddy's is in many ways more disturbing than the supernatural horror, because the institutional horror is not fiction. Companies that prioritize profit over safety, that conceal wrongdoing behind public relations, that treat their employees as expendable and their customers as revenue streams, are not fantastical creations. They are features of the economic landscape that most of us navigate every day. The franchise's genius is in mapping the supernatural onto the institutional, in showing how a haunted restaurant is, in structural terms, not so different from any other organization where the people at the top know something is wrong and have decided that acknowledging it is more expensive than ignoring it. William Afton's killing did not stop with Charlotte. It accelerated. Around 1985, he returned to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, wearing the Spring Bonnie suit, the golden rabbit costume that had once been his showman's disguise, and was now his predator's mask. The suit hid his face from the security cameras. The children recognized the character, not the man inside it. They trusted Spring Bonnie. They had been taught to trust him, had been conditioned by birthday parties and stage shows, and the warm, familiar presence of a golden rabbit who waved and danced and offered friendship. William used that trust to lure 5 children into a back room, one by one, away from the noise and the lights and the safety of their parents. Their names, which would not be known for many years, were Gabriel, Fritz, Susie, Jeremy, and Cassidy. These names were not revealed to the community until the lore-keeper ending of Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator, years after the original game's release, when gravestones bearing their names were shown in a brief cutscene. The delay between the children's first appearance in the franchise and the revelation of their names is itself significant. For years, the community knew them only as the haunted animatronics, as Freddy and Bonnie, and Chica and Foxy, and Golden Freddy. Their identities were subsumed by the machines they inhabited, their humanity reduced to a set of gameplay mechanics and behavioral patterns. They were enemies to be avoided, threats to be managed, puzzle pieces to be fit into the larger lore. The revelation of their names, simple and ordinary names that could belong to children in any classroom in any town, was a moment of profound recontextualization. These were not just haunted machines. These were Gabriel, Fritz, Susie, Jeremy, Cassidy. Each name carries the weight of an entire life that was lived and lost. A childhood that had favorite foods and bedtime stories and best friends and birthday wishes, all of it erased by a man in a rabbit suit in the back room of a pizza restaurant. The franchise's decision to withhold these names for so long and then reveal them with such quiet simplicity is one of its most effective narrative choices, because it forces the player to retroactively reconsider every encounter they have ever had with the animatronics, every jump scare, every desperate scramble to close a door before Freddy reaches the office, and recognize that the thing on the other side of that door was not a monster. It was Gabriel. It was a child named Gabriel, trapped in a bear suit, confused and frightened and searching for the man who killed him, and the player, sitting in the security guard's chair, was just another adult in the wrong place at the wrong time. They were children. They had come to a restaurant to celebrate, to eat pizza, to watch animatronic animals sing songs and tell jokes. And they walked into a back room with a man in a golden rabbit suit, and they never walked out again. William killed them. The exact method is not described in detail, which is perhaps a mercy. What we know is that afterward, he hid their bodies. The most widely accepted account is that he stuffed them into the animatronic suits that populated the restaurant, concealing the evidence inside the very machines that the children had come to see. Gabriel was placed inside Freddy Fazbear. Fritz was placed inside Foxy. Susie was placed inside Bonnie. And Cassidy, the fifth child, whose story is perhaps the strangest and most disputed of all, was placed inside the suit that had once been Fredbear, the golden bear, now decommissioned and stored in the back, the character that the community would come to know as Golden Freddy. This event, which would later be called the Missing Children Incident, was the defining catastrophe of the Fazbear brand. 5 children vanish from a birthday restaurant, and despite a police investigation, despite suspicion falling on William Afton, despite the evidence that something terrible had happened inside those walls, no bodies were ever found. William was arrested and questioned, but without physical evidence, without the bodies that were hidden in plain sight inside the animatronic suits, the case collapsed. He was released. The failure of the investigation is worth dwelling on, because it speaks to a pattern that would repeat itself throughout the Fazbear story. 5 children vanished from a public place of business, a place with employees, with cameras, with other families present. There should have been witnesses. There should have been footage. There should have been physical evidence, blood or fibers, or the scrape marks of small shoes on a linoleum floor. But somehow, none of this materialized in a form that the authorities could use. Fazbear Entertainment cooperated with the investigation in the way that large institutions cooperate with investigations, which is to say that it provided the minimum amount of information required by law while employing lawyers to ensure that the maximum amount of information remained concealed. The company's public statements expressed deep concern for the missing children and pledged full cooperation, language that was carefully crafted to convey sympathy without admitting liability. Behind the scenes, there was almost certainly a more calculated effort to manage the situation, to distance the brand from the incident, and to ensure that whatever had happened within those walls remained to the greatest extent possible within those walls. The parents of the missing children were left with nothing. No answers, no bodies to bury, no closure of any kind. Their sons and daughters had walked into a restaurant and had not come back, and the official record offered them nothing but the hollow assurance that the investigation was ongoing, a phrase that in bureaucratic language means that the case has been filed in a cabinet that no one intends to open again. This is the kind of institutional failure that creates ghosts, not just the supernatural kind that haunt the animatronics, but the kind that haunt a community, the unanswered questions that linger for decades, the suspicions that corrode trust, the grief that has no outlet because it has no resolution. The restaurant remained open. Though its reputation was irreparably damaged, parents began to notice things. There was an odor coming from the animatronics, a smell that the staff attributed to mechanical issues, but that anyone with a more honest nose might have identified as something organic, something decomposing. There was fluid seeping from the eyes and mouths of the characters, a dark, viscous substance that stained the fur and collected in the joints. The animatronics' behavior changed. During the day, they performed their routines as programmed, singing and dancing for children who were too young to notice the wrongness in their movements. But at night, when the restaurant was closed and the lights were dimmed, the animatronics began to move on their own. They wandered the hallways. They stood in doorways. They stared at the night security guards with eyes that seemed to hold an intelligence, a purpose that no programming could explain. The children were inside the suits. Their bodies were there, decaying slowly inside the mechanical shells. And their souls were there too, bound to the machines by a force that the franchise would eventually call Remnant. A substance or energy that connects a spirit to a physical form and prevents it from moving on. The nature of Remnant is one of the franchise's most important and most deliberately ambiguous concepts. It is referenced in the blueprints found in Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria simulator, which describe it as a substance that must be kept at a specific temperature to remain malleable, that can be injected into machines to imbue them with a form of life, and that can be neutralized by exposure to extreme heat. These descriptions suggest something quasi-physical, a material that exists at the boundary between the scientific and the supernatural, governed by rules that are consistent but not entirely explicable by conventional means. The scooper, the device that plays such a crucial role in Sister Location, contains a remnant reservoir, implying that Williams' experiments with the substance had progressed to the point where he could extract, store, and deploy it with some degree of control. But the franchise never provides a complete explanation of what Remnant actually is, and the absence of that explanation is clearly intentional. Remnant functions in the story the way magic functions in fairy tales, as a force that is understood by its effects rather than its mechanism, that exists because the story requires it to exist, and that resists analysis precisely because its mystery is one of the things that gives the story its power. What we can say with confidence is that Remnant, whatever its nature, is the medium through which the franchise's supernatural events occur. It is the reason children's souls become bound to machines. It is the reason those machines move and think and feel, despite having no biological basis for any of those activities. It is the reason William Afton survived his springlock failure, and the reason Michael Afton survived the scooper, and the reason the puppet could grant a form of life to the murdered children. It is, in effect, the glue that holds the franchise's cosmology together, and it does so with just enough specificity to be credible and just enough ambiguity to be mysterious. The children did not understand what had happened to them. They were frightened, confused, and angry. They remembered the man in the purple suit, the man who had led them into the dark. And they saw in every adult who entered the building at night a potential version of that man. The night security guards who took shifts at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza were not in danger because the animatronics were malfunctioning. They were in danger because the souls of murdered children were looking for their killer. And in the dark, every adult looked the same. Charlotte, the spirit inside the puppet, played a crucial role in what happened to these children. She was the first to die, the first to possess an animatronic, and she was, in some way that the lore never fully explains, more aware than the others. She understood what had happened. She knew that the 5 children were dead, and she knew that their souls were adrift, unmoored, trapped in the building where they had been killed. And so she did something extraordinary. In the minigame known as Give Gifts, Give Life, the puppet is shown visiting each of the dead children and placing the heads of the animatronic characters upon them. A symbolic act that represents Charlotte guiding the children's souls into the machines. She gave them a home of sorts. She gave them a way to persist, to continue existing in a world that had taken everything else from them. Whether this was an act of mercy or an act of desperation is unclear. Charlotte may have believed that binding the children to the animatronics would protect them, would give them agency, would allow them to eventually find justice. Or she may have simply been acting on instinct, the instinct of a child who was programmed, even in death, to protect other children. Whatever her intention, the result was the same. 5 murdered children became 5 haunted animatronics, and Freddy Fazbear's Pizza became a place where the dead walked alongside the living, hidden inside shells of painted metal and synthetic fur. The parents of the missing children never found their sons and daughters. The police investigation produced no conclusive results. Fazbear Entertainment issued statements expressing concern and cooperating with authorities, but behind the corporate language, the company was already working to contain the damage, to distance itself from the incident, to move forward as if 5 small lives had not been extinguished inside its walls. This is a pattern that would define Fazbear Entertainment for decades to come. The corporate instinct to minimize, to rebrand, to cover up, to turn tragedy into an inconvenience that could be managed with the right press release and the right lawyer. Fazbear Entertainment is, in this sense, the true institutional antagonist of the franchise, more persistent than Afton, more enduring than any individual character. William Afton killed 5 children in the missing children incident. Fazbear Entertainment created the conditions under which those children could be killed, concealed the evidence of their deaths, reopened the restaurants where they were murdered, and continued to profit from the brand that bore their suffering for decades. William Afton was eventually trapped inside a spring-lock suit. Fazbear Entertainment was never held accountable. It restructured, rebranded, and reopened. Each new iteration carrying the institutional DNA of the old one. The same reflexes, the same priority of image over substance, the same willingness to tolerate extraordinary risk in pursuit of ordinary profit. The franchise's depiction of this corporate behavior achieves its critique not through polemic, but through the accumulation of detail across every game in the series. The legal disclaimers in Phone Guy's introductory messages, with their absurd provisions about filing missing persons reports within 90 days and bleaching the carpets before announcing fatalities, the pay stubs that reveal wages so low they constitute an insult to the night guards who risked their lives, the newspaper clippings that report on restaurant closures with the sanitized language of press releases, the therapy recordings that document the systematic failure of every safeguard meant to protect Vanessa from Glitchtrap's influence. Each detail is small on its own, but together they construct a portrait of an organization that has elevated the management of appearances to an art form, while allowing the reality behind those appearances to deteriorate into something monstrous. The missing children incident did not close Freddy Fazbear's Pizza immediately, but it wounded the brand in ways that would never fully heal. New locations would open and close. New animatronics would be built. New security guards would take the night shift, and some of them would not survive it. But the fundamental reality of the Fazbear enterprise had changed forever. These were no longer just restaurants. They were haunted ground, and the machines that performed on their stages were no longer just machines. They were tombs. The year 1987 brought another chapter. Fazbear Entertainment attempted a fresh start, opening a new location with redesigned animatronics, sleeker and more child-friendly in appearance, known as the Toy Animatronics. Toy Freddy, Toy Bonnie, Toy Chica, and a redesigned version of the puppet's companion Balloon Boy populated this new restaurant alongside the Mangle, a mangled version of what was once a Toy Foxy that children had been allowed to disassemble and reassemble at will until the staff gave up repairing it. The old animatronics from the previous location were kept in storage, withered and deteriorating, their parts sometimes used to supplement the newer models. The new location also had a criminal database installed in its animatronics facial recognition systems, a feature designed to identify known offenders and prevent them from entering the building. It was a reasonable precaution, given what had happened, but reasonable precautions are only as good as the systems that implement them. And Fazbear Entertainment's track record with safety was, to put it mildly, inconsistent. A security guard named Jeremy Fitzgerald was assigned to the night shift at this new location in November of 1987. His experience over the course of 5 nights is the subject of the second game in the franchise, and it paints a picture of a building that was very much alive after dark. The toy animatronics roamed freely, their advanced programming giving them more mobility and aggression than their predecessors. The old withered animatronics stirred in the storage room, drawn by some impulse that their decaying bodies could barely execute, and the puppet, Charlotte's Vessel, watched from its music box in the prize corner, held in check only by the winding of a mechanical music box that played a tinkling melody in the darkness. Jeremy survived his nights, though not without cost. The experience of working the night shift at a Freddy Fazbear's Pizza location is one of the most distinctive elements of the franchise, and it deserves some consideration here because it speaks to the broader themes of the story in ways that are easy to overlook beneath the surface-level horror. The night guard sits alone in a small office at the end of a corridor, surrounded by screens that display the feeds from security cameras positioned throughout the building. The cameras show empty dining rooms, vacant stages, dark hallways that stretch into the depths of the restaurant. And on these cameras, the guard watches as the animatronic characters, who during the day stand motionless on their stages or in their designated areas, begin to move. They move slowly at first, turning their heads, shifting their positions, stepping down from the stage with a mechanical deliberation that suggests purpose rather than malfunction. And then they begin to walk, making their way through the building, navigating corridors and doorways with the familiarity of entities that know this space intimately because they have been trapped in it for years. The night guard has limited resources. There are doors that can be closed, lights that can be activated, vents that can be sealed, depending on the specific location and era. There is always a constraint, a limited power supply, a limited number of actions, A ticking clock counting down the hours until 6 in the morning, when the animatronics return to their positions and the day shift arrives. The guard must manage these resources carefully, balancing the need to know where the animatronics are with the need to keep them out of the office. Because if one of them reaches the guard, the result is always the same. The animatronics do not speak, they do not negotiate, they do not explain themselves. They simply appear, and the guard is gone. This dynamic, a single person trapped in a small space, monitoring threats on a bank of screens, managing dwindling resources against an approaching deadline, is the mechanical heart of the franchise, and it functions as a metaphor for something larger. The Night Guard is Fazbear Entertainment in microcosm, a person hired to watch the building, to keep the lights on, to maintain the illusion of normalcy while something terrible moves through the corridors just out of sight. The guard is not paid well. The guard is not told the truth. The guard is given just enough information to survive, if they are lucky, and just enough resources to manage the situation, if they are careful. And the guard is entirely expendable, a warm body in a swivel chair, hired to absorb the danger so that the company can open its doors again in the morning. Fazbear Entertainment treats its night guards the way it treats everything, as a resource to be consumed and replaced, a cost of doing business in an industry where the product comes alive after midnight and tries to kill the staff. The company's treatment of its employees is a thread that runs through every game in the franchise, and it is depicted with a consistency that suggests deliberate thematic intent. The night guards are never adequately prepared for what they will face. The information they receive, primarily through the recorded messages of Phone Guy, is partial at best and misleading at worst. Phone Guy himself is a fascinating figure, an employee who clearly knows more than he is authorized to share, who dances around the truth with a combination of corporate loyalty and personal nervousness, who reveals crucial information in parenthetical asides and quickly retracted admissions. His famous qualification about the animatronics, that they will try to stuff you into a suit if they catch you, framed as a safety concern rather than a mortal threat, is a masterpiece of bureaucratic understatement. He is not lying exactly. He is simply presenting the truth in the format that Fazbear Entertainment requires, a format that minimizes the severity of the danger and maximizes the impression of competence and control. Phone Guy's death, implied in the fourth night recording of the original game, where his call is interrupted by the sounds of animatronic attack, is one of the franchise's most affecting moments. He was a company man who gave his life for a company that did not care about him. He recorded his messages because he wanted to help. He stayed at his post because he believed in the job. And the company repaid his dedication by leaving him alone in a building full of haunted machines and replacing him with the next name on the hiring roster. The paycheck that the player receives upon completing the first game's fifth night, a sum that amounts to well below minimum wage for the hours worked and the dangers endured, is the franchise's most concise statement about the value Fazbear Entertainment places on human life. It is, quite literally, the price tag the company has attached to your survival, and it is insultingly, almost comically, low. Phone Guy, the anonymous employee who left recorded messages for incoming security guards, hinted at an ongoing investigation, at complaints from parents, at a growing sense that something was deeply wrong with the establishment. By the end of Jeremy's tenure, the restaurant was preparing for a birthday party that would mark the end of its brief existence. On the day shift, an incident occurred that the community refers to as the Bite of 87. The details are scarce, and the identity of the animatronic responsible is debated, though many point to the mangle. What is known is that an animatronic bit a human being, specifically targeting the frontal lobe, and that this incident was severe enough to prompt yet another closure and yet another round of corporate damage control. The 1987 location was shut down. The toy animatronics were scrapped. The old, withered models were moved once again, and the cycle of opening and closing that would define the Fazbear brand continued its grim rotation. But the spirits inside the machines, they could not leave. They had no choice but to follow wherever the machines were taken, passengers in their own prisons, waiting for something that none of them could name. This brings us to the original Freddy Fazbear's Pizza that many players first encountered, the location that serves as the setting for the first 5 nights at Freddy's game. Set in what appears to be the early 1990s, this was a smaller, dingier establishment than its predecessors, a last gasp attempt by Fazbear Entertainment to squeeze a few more years of profit out of a brand that was already synonymous with tragedy. The 4 main animatronics, Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy, performed here. Their movements more limited, their appearance more worn. Foxy had been retired to Pirate Cove, his area curtained off, his shows discontinued. The others stood on the main stage, singing the same songs to ever smaller crowds. The night security guard at this location may have been Michael Afton, William's eldest son, working under the alias Mike Schmidt. If this identification is correct, and the evidence strongly suggests it is, then Michael was not simply taking a job. He was looking for something, or someone. He was following the trail of his father's crimes, trying to understand what William had done, and perhaps trying to undo it. Michael had been sent by his father to Circus Baby's entertainment and rental, a separate facility that we will discuss shortly. And the experience had left him changed in ways that are difficult to describe and impossible to forget. He was, by this point, barely human in the physical sense, his body a reanimated shell held together by determination and whatever remnant of life force had been returned to him after his encounter with Ennard. But his purpose was clear. He was going to find his father. He was going to end what his father had started. The nights at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza were a trial of endurance. The animatronics moved through the building with increasing aggression. As the week progressed, their haunted forms drawn to the security office by some instinct that read every adult in the building as a potential threat. The security guard had limited resources. A set of doors that could be closed to block the hallways, lights that could illuminate the blind spots, and a finite supply of electrical power that drained with every use. If the power ran out before 6 in the morning, the building went dark, and Freddy Fazbear himself would come to the office, his music box melody playing in the silence before his face appeared in the doorway, eyes lit with a dim, accusatory glow. It was terrifying. It was also, in a way that the characters themselves could not have understood, deeply sad. These were children. Gabriel, Fritz, Susie, Jeremy, and Cassidy, trapped inside machines that they did not control, acting on impulses that they could not suppress, mistaking every night guard for the man who had killed them. They wanted justice. They wanted their killer. And every night, they searched for him in the wrong faces, in the wrong bodies, in the wrong rooms. The tragedy of the haunted animatronics is not simply that they are dangerous, it is that their danger is a symptom of something far more painful. The confusion and terror of murdered children who do not understand what has happened to them and cannot distinguish between the living adults who work in the building and the one specific adult who killed them. The children's spirits perceive the world through the sensory apparatus of machines that were designed to detect human presence, not to identify specific individuals. They see shapes in the dark They hear sounds in the corridors. They register the heat signatures and movement patterns of living beings. And their traumatized consciousness interprets all of this input through the filter of their final experience, which was the experience of being alone with an adult who hurt them. Every adult becomes a potential threat. Every night guard becomes a potential version of the man in the purple suit. The animatronics do not attack because they are evil. They attack because they are afraid, because the children inside them are trapped in an endless loop of the worst moment of their lives, and they are trying to stop it from happening again by stopping anyone who might be the one who did it. This is the franchise's most potent emotional insight, the recognition that the monster in the hallway is also a victim, that the thing trying to kill you is also a child trying to protect itself, and that the horror of the situation is not reducible to a simple binary of predator and prey. The night guard and the animatronic are both trapped. The night guard is trapped in the office by economic necessity and the constraints of the gameplay. The animatronic is trapped in the building by supernatural forces and unresolved trauma. Neither of them chose to be there. Neither of them wants the confrontation that is about to occur. And yet the confrontation happens night after night because the structures that contain them, the building, the company, the cycle of violence that William Afton initiated, permit no other outcome. The location closed eventually, as they all did. Health concerns, financial difficulties, the lingering stain of the missing children incident, all of these factors contributed to the shuttering of what would be the last traditional Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. The animatronics were decommissioned, the building fell into disrepair, and the safe room, the hidden chamber where the spring-lock suits had been stored, was sealed behind a false wall, its contents forgotten by everyone except the souls that still wandered the halls. But William Afton had not forgotten. He knew where the safe room was. He knew what was inside it, and he would return one final time to the place where everything had begun. Before we follow William back to that safe room, there is another branch of this story that must be told, one that reveals the full scope of his ambition and the terrible price his family paid for it. After the closure of the original Fazbear locations, William Afton did not retire. He did not grieve. He did not seek redemption. Instead, he turned his attention inward, toward his own creations, and he built something new. He had founded his own company, Afton Robotics, and through it, he developed a new generation of animatronic characters that were unlike anything Fazbear Entertainment had produced before. These were the Funtime animatronics, and they were designed not to entertain children, but to capture them. Circus Baby was the centerpiece, a large, clown-like animatronic with red pigtails, bright green eyes, and a smile that was meant to be inviting. She could dispense ice cream from a small hatch in her torso, a feature that was marketed as a delightful novelty for birthday parties. But hidden inside her frame was a different mechanism entirely, a retractable claw concealed within her stomach cavity, designed to activate when the sensors detected that a single child was alone with the animatronic. The claw would extend, seize the child, and pull them into the internal storage space, where they would die in darkness, crushed and suffocated inside a machine that was still smiling. The other Funtime animatronics had similar capabilities. Funtime Freddy, a white and pink variant of the classic bear, had his own storage compartment. Funtime Foxy could mimic the voices of parents, luring children away from safety. Ballora, a blue ballerina animatronic, served as a distraction, her graceful dancing drawing attention away from the activities of the other machines. Each one was a tool of predation, designed with the precision of an engineer who understood both robotics and the psychology of trust. The Funtime animatronics represent the logical endpoint of William Afton's dual career as an entertainer and a killer. They are the fusion of his two skill sets, machines that are simultaneously the most advanced animatronics ever produced by anyone associated with the Fazbear brand and the most effective killing devices. Their design philosophy is chilling in its sophistication. Every feature that makes them appealing to children, the bright colors, the smooth movements, the friendly voices, the ability to dispense treats and mimic the tones of trusted adults also makes them effective predators. The ice cream dispensary in Baby's torso serves a dual purpose. It attracts children and provides the mechanism by which they are captured. Funtime Foxy's voice mimicry allows it to lure children away from their parents by reproducing familiar, trusted voices. Ballura's graceful dancing draws attention, creating a spectacle that occupies the awareness of adults, while the other Funtime animatronics do their work in adjacent spaces. These are not crude implements of violence. They are elegant systems designed by a man who understood that the most effective predator is one that does not look like a predator at all. One that looks instead like the safest, most wonderful thing a child has ever seen. The blueprints found in later games reveal the technical specifications of these designs with a clarity that is both informative and deeply disturbing. The scooper, that massive mechanical arm housed in a dedicated room of the underground facility, contains a remnant reservoir, a storage chamber for the supernatural substance that William had been studying and experimenting with throughout his career. The purpose of the scooper was not merely to hollow out animatronic shells for maintenance. It was to inject remnant into targets, to imbue machines with the spiritual energy that could make them more than machines. The fact that William built a dedicated piece of industrial equipment for this purpose tells us that his experiments with Remnant had progressed far beyond the opportunistic, far beyond simply observing what happened when children died near machines. He had industrialized the process. He had built a factory for manufacturing haunted machines, and the underground facility was that factory's floor. William planned to house these creations in a new venue called Circus Baby's Pizza World, a standalone restaurant separate from the Fazbear brand. But the venue never opened to the public. On the day of a private test run, William's daughter Elizabeth defied her father's explicit warnings and approached Circus Baby. Elizabeth had been fascinated by Baby from the moment she saw her. She begged her father to let her get close to the animatronic, and William, who for all his monstrousness appears to have genuinely loved his daughter, told her no. He told her to stay away. He knew what Baby was built to do, and he did not want his own child to become a victim of his own design. But Elizabeth did not listen. When William's attention was elsewhere, she approached Baby alone. The sensors detected a single child. The ice cream mechanism activated. Elizabeth reached for the cone, and the claw inside Baby's torso extended, seized her, and pulled her inside the animatronic. Elizabeth Afton was killed by the machine her father had built for her, and her soul, like Charlotte's before her, became trapped inside the animatronic. There is a particular cruelty in the specifics of Elizabeth's death that distinguishes it from the other murders in the franchise. The missing children were killed by a man. They were victims of human violence, deliberate and personal. Elizabeth was killed by a machine, one that her father had designed with killing as its explicit purpose, but one that was never supposed to kill her. She was collateral damage from her own father's project, a child who wandered into the crosshairs of a weapon that was built to fire at someone else. The irony is as sharp as anything in the franchise. William Afton spent years building machines that could lure and kill children, and the first child to die in one of those machines was his own daughter. He warned her to stay away. He told her not to approach, and she did not listen because she was a child. And children do not listen when the thing that fascinates them is standing right there, offering ice cream, smiling with a painted face that was designed to invite exactly the kind of trust that Elizabeth placed in it. William's creations were so effective at mimicking warmth and safety that they fooled even the daughter of the man who built them. Elizabeth's possession of Circus Baby created a new kind of entity in the franchise, one that was neither purely a haunted machine nor purely a vengeful spirit. Baby retained elements of Elizabeth's personality, her voice, her mannerisms, her longing for her father's approval. But these elements were filtered through the programming and structure of an animatronic that was built to kill. The result was a character of profound internal contradiction. A child's soul trapped inside a predator's body, simultaneously yearning for connection and executing the lethal protocols that her physical form demanded. Baby speaks in a voice that is soft and measured, almost maternal, guiding the player through the underground facility with instructions that are helpful and accurate right up until the moment they become lethal. She is reliable and treacherous in equal measure, and the point at which one quality transitions into the other is nearly impossible to detect until it is too late. Elizabeth became Circus Baby, or rather, she became the consciousness that inhabited Circus Baby's frame, a child's mind locked inside a machine designed to kill children, struggling to reconcile what she was with what she had been. The death of Elizabeth was covered up. The opening of Circus Baby's Pizza World was canceled, and the official story attributed the closure to gas leaks. The animatronics were not destroyed. Instead, they were moved to an underground facility called Circus Baby's Entertainment and Rental, a subterranean complex where the Funtime animatronics were stored, and occasionally rented out for private events. The facility was hidden, off the grid, accessible only to those who knew where to look. It was here that William continued his work, experimenting with the animatronics, studying the phenomenon of possession, trying to understand how souls attach to machines and how that attachment could be controlled, replicated, and weaponized. At some point, William sent his remaining son, Michael, to the underground facility. The circumstances of this mission are layered with ambiguity. Michael may have been sent by his father to free Elizabeth's soul, or he may have been sent for a more sinister purpose. What is clear is that Michael went, and what happened to him there changed the course of the entire Afton legacy. The events of Sister Location unfold over the course of 5 nights, during which Michael, working under the alias Eggs Benedict, navigated the underground facility while the Funtime animatronics stalked the corridors around him. Circus Baby, inhabited by Elizabeth's spirit, served as both guide and deceiver, her soft voice leading Michael through the facility while hiding her true intentions. The animatronics had a plan. They wanted to escape. The desperation of the Funtime animatronics is an underexplored aspect of the Sister Location story. These were machines that had been built for a specific, terrible purpose, and then confined to an underground facility when that purpose was thwarted by Elizabeth's death and the subsequent cancellation of Circus Baby's Pizza World. They were not on display. They were not performing for children. They were stored, maintained, and occasionally rented out for private events. But they spent the majority of their existence in a concrete labyrinth beneath the earth, subjected to controlled shocks and diagnostic routines that treated them as malfunctioning equipment. If the spirits inside them retained any awareness of their situation, and the evidence strongly suggests they did, then their confinement was a prison sentence served in solitary. with periodic torture administered in the name of quality assurance. The facility itself was a masterwork of paranoid engineering, a space designed by William Afton with the clear understanding that the things he was keeping down there might, at any point, decide they no longer wanted to stay. The corridors were built to be monitored. The rooms were built to be sealed. The animatronics were built to be shocked into compliance when their behavior deviated from expected parameters. The entire underground complex was a cage, and the Funtime animatronics knew it. And they spent however long they were imprisoned down there developing a plan to escape that was as ingenious as it was horrifying. The underground facility was their prison, and they had been trapped there since the closure of Circus Baby's Pizza World, subjected to controlled shocks and maintenance routines that treated them as malfunctioning equipment rather than as the haunted vessels they truly were. To escape, they devised a scheme that was as ingenious as it was horrifying. They would combine their endoskeletons into a single entity, an amalgamation of parts that they called Enard, and they would use a human body as a disguise to walk out of the facility undetected. The human body they chose was Michael's. On the fifth night, Baby guided Michael to the scooping room, a chamber that housed a large mechanical device designed to remove the internal components of animatronics for maintenance. But on this night, the scooper was not aimed at an animatronic. Baby activated the device, and it struck Michael with devastating force, eviscerating him, hollowing out his body to make room for Enard to climb inside. Enard, wearing Michael's skin like a suit, walked out of the facility and into the world above. But Michael's body was not built to last as a disguise. Over the following days, his flesh decayed, turning a sickly purple color, drawing stares and suspicion from anyone who got close enough to notice. Eventually, Enard was forced to abandon the decomposing shell, ejecting itself from Michael's body through his mouth in a scene of grotesque finality. Michael's body lay on the pavement, empty and ruined. And then something impossible happened. He stood up. Michael Afton, gutted and decayed and abandoned by the entity that had used him as a vehicle, somehow survived. Whether this was due to Remnant, to the lingering effects of supernatural forces that had permeated his family's creations, or to some other mechanism entirely, Michael was alive, though the word alive scarcely describes his condition. Michael's survival is one of the franchise's most unsettling departures from what might be called the natural order of its world. The scooper is depicted as a massive mechanical arm capable of delivering impacts that would be fatal to any organic body, and the process of being hollowed out and used as a costume by a collective of haunted endoskeletons is not something that a human body is designed to survive. Yet, Michael endured. His flesh decayed, turning the distinctive purple color that makes him visually identifiable in the later minigames. His eyes developed a glow that suggested something other than biological function was keeping them operational. His movements became mechanical, deliberate, the movements of a body being operated rather than inhabited. The lore suggests that Remnant, the same supernatural substance that bound the children's souls to the animatronics, was present in the scooper and was injected into Michael during the process, infusing his body with enough spiritual energy to maintain a form of consciousness even after the biological systems that normally support life had been catastrophically compromised. Michael Afton After Sister Location is something new in the franchise, something that has no precedent and no easy classification. He is not a ghost because he has a physical body. He is not alive because his body does not function in any biological sense. He is not an animatronic because his frame is organic rather than mechanical. He is something in between all of these categories. A walking remnant a man sustained by the same force that sustains the spirits in the machines, existing in a state that mirrors theirs while remaining distinct from it. He can walk. He can speak. He can make decisions and take actions and pursue goals with a clarity of purpose that suggests full cognitive function. But he is also decaying, visibly and irreversibly, his body a temporary vessel that the supernatural forces keeping him animate will eventually be unable to maintain. He is, in the most literal sense, living on borrowed time, and the time he has been given is devoted entirely to finding and stopping his father. He was a walking corpse, a reanimated body driven by a will that refused to yield even to death itself. And he had a mission. In a cutscene that plays after completing the most difficult challenge of Sister Location, Michael's voice is heard speaking to his father. His words are haunting in their simplicity and their resolve. He describes what happened to him, the scooping, the decay, the rejection. And he ends with a declaration that carries the weight of everything that has happened and everything that is still to come. He says that he is going to come find his father. The words carry a weight that is difficult to convey in text alone. Michael's voice, as rendered in the cutscene, is ragged, hollowed out, the voice of a man who has been through something that has stripped away everything except resolve. He is not angry exactly, though anger is certainly present. He is not seeking revenge exactly, though the desire for confrontation is unmistakable. What he is, more than anything, is determined. He has seen what his father built. He has experienced it firsthand, felt the scooper's impact, felt the slow decay of his own body, felt the slow decay of his flesh as the amalgamation of haunted endoskeletons used him as a vehicle. He has been where the victims go, inside the machine, and he has come back from it, and the experience has given him a clarity of purpose that nothing else could have provided. He knows what needs to be done. His father's creations need to be stopped. His father himself needs to be stopped. And Michael is the only person left who understands the full scope of the problem. Because Michael is the only person who has been on both sides of it, both the perpetrator in the childhood cruelty that led to his brother's death, and the victim in the mechanical violation that hollowed out his body and left him walking the earth as something less than alive and more than dead. Michael Afton's journey from this point forward is one of slow, relentless pursuit. He appears, or may appear, at multiple Fazbear locations across the timeline, always working the night shift, always placing himself in proximity to the machines that his father created, always searching for the man who started all of this. He is patient in the way that only someone with nothing left to lose can be patient. He has already died. The worst has already happened. There is nothing that the machines can do to him that has not already been done. And there is no threat that the darkness can pose that is greater than the darkness he already carries inside him. This is the moment when Michael Afton transforms from a supporting character into a protagonist, a damaged, undying figure, driven by the twin engines of guilt and determination. He had killed his own brother through a cruel prank. He had been manipulated by his father into entering a death trap. He had been hollowed out and used as a costume by the spirits of his father's victims. And yet, he persisted, driven by the belief that he was the only one who could end what William had started. The aftermath of Sister Location scattered the Funtime animatronics across the landscape of the franchise. Ennard, now without Baby, eventually lost its cohesion as the spirits within it fought for control. Baby, or rather the part of Ennard that contained Elizabeth's consciousness, was expelled from the collective, cast out by the other animatronics, who had grown tired of her leadership. Elizabeth rebuilt herself from scrap, assembling a new body from the remnants of her old one and whatever materials she could find, becoming the entity known as Scrap Baby, a patchwork nightmare of metal and wire and unfulfilled longing. The remainder of Ennard, now led by the consciousness inside Funtime Freddy, became Molten Freddy, a tangled mass of cables and endoskeleton parts that moved with a serpentine fluidity, carrying within it the remnant of the original missing children whose essence William had extracted and injected into the Funtime animatronics during his experiments. These entities, Scrap Baby, Molten Freddy, and eventually Springtrap himself, would all converge on a single location for the final act of this chapter of the story. Each of these entities represents a different facet of the franchise's central horror. Scrap Baby is the horror of corrupted innocence, a child's soul twisted by decades of confinement inside a predatory machine until the child's original identity has been subsumed by the machine's purpose. Elizabeth Afton wanted to make her father proud. Baby wanted to lure and kill children. The fusion of these two drives produced an entity that pursued destruction with a child's desperate need for approval, believing that if she did what the machine was designed to do, she would finally earn the love that her father's emotional absence had denied her in life. She is, in this sense, the most tragic of the scrap entities because her evil is not inherent, but imposed, the product of a childhood cut short and an afterlife spent inside a body that was programmed for violence. Molten Freddy is the horror of amalgamation, of identity dissolved into collective. The spirits inside this tangled mass of endoskeleton parts have lost their individuality. They are no longer Gabriel or Fritz, or Susie or Jeremy. They are something else. Something that moves with the coordination of a single organism, but the confusion of many. A cluster of consciousness that has been fused together by proximity and shared trauma until the boundaries between the individual souls have become indistinct. Molten Freddy does not speak with one voice. Molten Freddy does not act with one purpose. It is a collective entity driven by collective grief, and its movements through the world have the quality of something that is following an instinct it does not fully understand, drawn toward sources of heat and sound and remnant, like a creature navigating by senses that were never meant to operate in the way they are currently being used. And Springtrap, or Scrap Trap as his reconstructed form is sometimes called, is the horror of persistence, of a will that refuses to yield to any force that the universe can bring to bear against it. William Afton has died multiple times by this point. He has been crushed by spring locks, sealed in a room for 30 years, burned in a fire, and salvaged from the wreckage like scrap metal. And he keeps going. He rebuilds himself from whatever materials are available. He adapts to whatever form his current body provides. He continues to pursue the same drives that defined him in life. The drive to control, to consume, to endure beyond any natural limit. He is, in the most literal sense, the monster that will not stay dead, and his persistence is the engine that drives the franchise's central narrative forward through every game and every era. But first, we must return to the safe room and to the moment when William Afton's luck finally ran out. William Afton returned to the original Freddy Fazbear's Pizza location sometime after it had closed. The building was abandoned, its hallways dark, its stages empty. The animatronics still stood in their positions, dormant but not dead, their haunted frames waiting for something that might never come. William came to dismantle them. His motivations for doing so are debated. He may have been trying to extract the remnant from the animatronics, the spiritual energy that bound the children's souls to the machines. He may have been trying to destroy evidence. He may have been trying to end the hauntings that he himself had caused, not out of remorse, but out of a practical desire to eliminate loose ends. Whatever his reasons, William methodically took the animatronics apart, piece by piece, in the back rooms of the abandoned restaurant. He broke them open. He tore them apart. And in doing so, he freed the spirits that had been trapped inside. The minigame that depicts this scene, playable through the end-of-night sequences in Five Nights at Freddy's, shows 5 ghostly children pursuing a purple figure through the corridors of the restaurant. William runs. The children follow. They corner him in the safe room, the hidden chamber where the old spring-lock suits had been stored. The room that does not appear on any map and is not visible to any camera. William is surrounded. The spirits of the children he murdered press in on all sides, their pixelated forms flickering with an otherworldly light. He is terrified. This is a man who has spent years preying on children. And now, the children have come for him, not as living victims, but as something worse. Something that cannot be reasoned with, cannot be bribed, cannot be killed because it is already dead. In his panic, William does the only thing he can think of. He climbs into the spring bonnie suit that has been sitting in the safe room since the restaurant closed. The same suit he wore when he lured the children to their deaths. Perhaps he thinks it will protect him. Perhaps he thinks the suit will disguise him, will make the spirits see the character instead of the killer. Perhaps he is simply not thinking at all, acting on an instinct born of terror and desperation. The safe room is in terrible condition. The ceiling leaks. Moisture drips down the walls and pools on the floor. The air is damp, the kind of damp that seeps into everything, into wood and metal and the delicate mechanisms of a spring-lock suit that has been sitting in storage for years, without maintenance. William pulls the suit on. The spring locks hold for a moment, perhaps 2, and then the moisture does what moisture always does to spring lock mechanisms. The locks fail, every single one of them, in a cascading sequence of mechanical release that takes perhaps 3 seconds and lasts an eternity. The endoskeleton snaps back into its default position with the full force of its compressed springs, and every part of William Afton's body is pierced, crushed, impaled, and shattered. The crossbeams drive through his chest. The servos grind into his arms and legs. The facial mechanisms close around his skull like a vice. He drops to the floor, twitching, convulsing, bleeding from every point where metal has met flesh. He does not die quickly. Springlock failures are not designed to kill quickly. They are designed to hold the endoskeleton in place, and they do so with a thoroughness that is as mechanical as it is merciless. William Afton lies on the floor of the safe room, encased in the spring bonnie suit, dying in the same way that the technology he helped popularize was always capable of killing, slowly, painfully, and alone. The spirits of the children fade, whether they have found peace in seeing their killer suffer, or whether they have simply expended whatever energy allowed them to manifest, they are gone. And William Afton is left in the dark, sealed inside a tomb of his own making. The safe room is boarded up. The entrance is covered with a false wall. The restaurant stands empty, and the years begin to accumulate like dust on an abandoned stage. 30 years pass, 30 years during which the building decays. The walls crack, the roof sags, and the body inside the spring bonnie suit slowly mummifies, skin drying to leather, organs desiccating, bones settling into the metal frame that holds them. And through all of it, William Afton does not rest. He cannot. The remnant that permeated the suit, the same supernatural substance that had bound the children to their animatronic prisons, now binds William to his. His body is dead, But his consciousness persists, trapped inside a rotting springlock suit in a sealed room in an abandoned building in a small town in Utah. He is Springtrap. He is the killer inside the machine, and he is waiting. The transformation of William Afton into Springtrap is one of the most significant events in the franchise, not merely because it changes the physical form of the villain, but because it changes the nature of the threat he represents. As a living man, William was dangerous because he was intelligent, because he was trusted, because he could plan and deceive and exploit the systems around him. As Springtrap, he is dangerous for a different reason. He is persistent. The intelligence remains, the cunning remains, but what has been added is a quality that he did not possess as a mortal, an imperviousness to the consequences that should, by any reasonable measure, have ended his story decades ago. Springtrap cannot be killed because Springtrap is already dead. The body inside the suit has no functioning organs, no circulatory system, no nervous system that could be disrupted by conventional means. What drives the figure forward through the darkened corridors is not biology, but something else. Some combination of spiritual attachment, remnant-infused persistence, and the sheer, stubborn refusal to accept an ending that has already occurred. This is the fundamental horror of Springtrap, and by extension, the fundamental horror of the Fazbear story. The worst things do not end. They transform. They persist. They find new forms and new hosts and new ways to continue existing long after the natural span of their existence should have concluded. William Afton should have died in that safe room. The spring locks should have been the end. But instead, they were only a transition, a metamorphosis from one kind of monster into another. And the new monster was in many ways worse than the old one, because the new monster could not be reasoned with, could not be appealed to, could not be stopped by any of the methods that work against living threats. 30 years of isolation in a sealed room did not diminish him. If anything, they compressed his malevolence into something denser, something more concentrated, something that would emerge from that room with the accumulated rage of 3 decades of conscious entombment. The safe room was supposed to be his grave. Instead, it was his cocoon. 30 years is a long time in the life of a building, and it is an impossibly long time in the life of a legend. By the time someone thought to look for what remained of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, the restaurant had passed from memory into myth. The missing children were a cold case, filed away in police archives. The animatronic characters were curiosities from another era, recalled by adults who had visited as children and who now told their own children's stories about the singing bear and the pirate fox. Stories that had acquired a dark edge over the years, sharpened by rumor and embellished by the inevitable distortions of time. Fazbear Entertainment, as a corporate entity, had gone through cycles of dormancy and attempted revival, each iteration less successful than the last. Each new management team inheriting a brand that carried more baggage than any marketing campaign could overcome. And then, someone had an idea. In the year that the community generally places around 2023, an entrepreneur or group of entrepreneurs decided to capitalize on the Freddy Fazbear legend by opening a horror attraction. Fazbear's Fright. The horror attraction was exactly what it sounds like. A haunted house built from the ruins of the Fazbear legacy, decorated with authentic props and memorabilia salvaged from the abandoned restaurants. The creators scoured old locations for anything they could find, anything that would lend an air of authenticity to their attraction. They found old masks, They found faded posters. They found arcade cabinets and party supplies and the detritus of decades of neglected maintenance. And then they found something else. In a sealed room behind a false wall in the back of the original Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, they discovered a figure. It was an animatronic, or something that had once been one. A Spring Bonnie suit, olive green with age and decay, its surface torn and ragged, exposing the endoskeleton beneath. And inside the endoskeleton, visible through the tears in the fabric and the gaps in the metal, were the mummified remains of a human being. The creators of Fazbear's Fright did not know what they had found. They saw an animatronic, a particularly creepy one, perfect for their horror attraction. They removed it from the sealed room and installed it as the centerpiece of their exhibit, the star attraction of a show dedicated to the very horrors that had created it. They called it Springtrap. The security guard assigned to watch over Fazbear's Fright during the nights leading up to its grand opening experienced something that no training could have prepared them for. Springtrap was not a prop. Springtrap moved in the dim corridors of the attraction. Surrounded by fake cobwebs and recycled decorations, the figure shambled through the hallways with a deliberate, predatory gait. It followed sounds. It was drawn to the audio lures that the security system used to manage the building's automated features. And the guard learned quickly that playing recorded sounds of children's voices could redirect Springtrap's path, drawing it away from the security office and buying precious time until morning. The detail about the audio lures is significant because it reveals something about the nature of Springtrap that goes beyond simple aggression. William Afton, even in this decayed and mummified state, even after 30 years of conscious imprisonment in a sealed room, still responds to the sounds of children. The lures used in Fazbear's Fright were recordings of children's voices, laughing and playing, and Springtrap followed these sounds with a mechanical determination that suggested not merely programming, but compulsion. The killer, even in death, was drawn to his victims. The predatory instinct that had defined his living years had not been extinguished by the springlocks or the decades of isolation. If anything, it had been refined, distilled into something pure and more singular by the absence of everything else. Springtrap had no social life, no business concerns, no family obligations, no competing priorities. All that remained was the drive, the pull toward children's voices, the instinct to follow and to reach and to do whatever it was that William Afton did when he reached the source of those sounds. The guard used this compulsion against him, leading Springtrap through the building like a hunter leading an animal into a trap. But the metaphor cuts both ways. The guard was also trapped, also confined, also following a script that someone else had written. The difference was that the guard's script ended at 6 in the morning, while Springtrap's script had no ending at all. But the sounds were also a cruel irony. William Afton, trapped inside the suit, was still following the sounds of children, still drawn to them, still pursuing the thing that had defined his life and his death. The phantom animatronics that appeared throughout the attraction were another layer of the experience. These were not physical entities. They were hallucinations, spectral images of the old Fazbear characters that materialized in the security cameras and in the guard's peripheral vision, causing jump scares and system malfunctions. Whether they were genuine, supernatural manifestations, remnants of the spiritual energy that still clung to the salvaged props, or simply the product of stress and sleep deprivation, is left for the individual to decide. But their presence served as a reminder that the history of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza was not confined to physical objects. It was in the air. It was in the walls. It was in the collective memory of every person who had ever walked through those doors and felt, even for a moment, that something was watching them from inside the machines. The guards survived 5 nights. Whether they survived a 6th is less certain. What is certain is that Fazbear's Fright burned down. The attraction, with all of its salvaged history and its undead centerpiece, was consumed by fire. The cause was officially attributed to faulty wiring, though the true cause may have been more deliberate. Some theories suggest that Michael Afton was the guard, and that he set the fire intentionally to destroy Springtrap and end his father's cursed existence. Others suggest that the fire was an accident, one more failure in a long line of failures that characterized every establishment associated with the Fazbear name. Whatever the cause, the fire did not accomplish what it was meant to. The fire at Fazbear's Fright is the first of several fires in the franchise's history, and it establishes a pattern that would repeat itself with grim regularity. Fire, in the world of Five Nights at Freddy's, is the ultimate solution, the final recourse when all other methods of containment have failed. It is the one force that can, in theory, destroy Remnant and release the souls that are bound to physical objects. But fire, like everything else in this franchise, is imperfect. It burns unevenly. It leaves survivors. It destroys the structure, but not always the thing that inhabited it. The building at Fazbear's Fright was reduced to charred beams and melted plastic, but the entity inside the Spring Bonnie suit endured. Because the entity was not the building. The entity was attached to the suit, to the specific arrangement of metal and fabric and mummified flesh that constituted Springtrap. And as long as any portion of that arrangement survived, the attachment persisted. This is the fundamental frustration of dealing with the supernatural in the Fazbear universe. The rules are consistent. Remnant binds souls to objects. Extreme heat can destroy Remnant, but the application of those rules is never clean. There is always a remainder, a fragment, a piece that the fire did not reach or the heat did not penetrate. And from that fragment, the cycle begins again. When the newspapers reported on the destruction of Fazbear's Fright, they noted that many items had survived the blaze and were being auctioned off. And if you brightened the image of the newspaper, if you looked carefully at the shadows in the corner of the photograph, you could see a face. Springtrap's face. He had survived. He always survived. This is the curse at the heart of the Fazbear story. The thing that makes it a horror story rather than a tragedy. The endings never hold. The fires never burn hot enough. The sealed rooms never stay sealed. Every attempt to put an end to the cycle of violence and haunting that William Afton initiated is met with the same response. The cycle continues. The machines come back. The spirits remain bound. And William Afton, in whatever form he currently occupies, endures. The parallel story told through the mini-games of Five Nights at Freddy's 3 offers a counterpoint to this relentless darkness. In these small pixelated vignettes, the player guides various animatronic characters through a series of tasks, collecting fragments, following paths, and eventually arriving at a scene that has come to be known as Happiest Day. In this minigame, the spirits of the murdered children are shown at a party, wearing masks of the characters they inhabited, gathered around a table with a cake. The last child, the one associated with Golden Freddy, receives a piece of cake, and the masks fall away, and the children are shown as they were in life, small and smiling, released from their prisons at last. This is the good ending of Five Nights at Freddy's 3, and its canonicity has been a subject of debate since the game's release. Scott Cawthon, the creator of the franchise, described the relationship between the two endings as complicated, a word that in the context of this franchise carries the weight of deliberate ambiguity. Whether the children truly found peace, whether their souls were genuinely released, or whether this moment of happiness was a temporary reprieve in an otherwise unending captivity, is a question that the franchise seems reluctant to answer definitively. What we can say is that the desire for release, for rest, for an end to suffering, is one of the most powerful themes in Five Nights at Freddy's. The Happiest Day minigame itself is worth examining closely, because its visual language communicates something that no amount of dialogue could express. The scene is simple: a room decorated for a party, a table with a cake, and the spirits of the children gathered around it, wearing the masks of the animatronics they inhabited. One by one, as the player completes the requirements for the good ending, the children appear. And when the final child, the one associated with Golden Freddy, receives their piece of cake, the masks fall away, and the children are shown as themselves, small, smiling, unburdened. It is a birthday party. The children who were murdered at a birthday restaurant, who were stuffed into animatronic suits and forced to spend decades in mechanical prisons, are finally given the celebration that was taken from them. They are given cake. They are given the company of friends. They are given the one thing that the franchise has consistently denied them: peace. And then the image fades and the masks lie on the ground, empty, and the question of whether this peace is permanent or temporary is left for the player to carry with them into the hours after the game is closed. The genius of this minigame is that it works on two levels. For the children in the story, it represents release, the moment when the bonds that held them to their prisons are severed. For the player, it represents catharsis, the emotional release that comes from seeing suffering acknowledged, even if the acknowledgement takes the form of a simple birthday party in a pixelated room. The franchise has spent hours across multiple games depicting the suffering of these children, and now, in this quiet minigame with its cheerful music and brightly colored sprites, it gives them something good. It does not undo what was done to them. It does not bring them back to life. It simply gives them cake, and the act of giving cake to murdered children who never got to finish their party is, in the context of this franchise, an act of extraordinary grace. These are not just ghost stories. They are stories about what it means to be trapped, to be unable to let go, to be defined forever by the worst thing that ever happened to you. The children in the animatronics did not choose to become what they became. They were victims, first of a man's violence, and then of a supernatural force that bound them to the instruments of their own murder. And the question of whether they can ever truly be free is the question that drives the entire franchise forward, from the first game to the last. The story of Fazbear's Fright and its fiery conclusion leads directly into what was intended, for a time, to be the final chapter of the Five Nights at Freddy's saga. Years passed after the burning of the horror attraction. Springtrap survived, as he always did, and eventually rebuilt himself from scrap and salvage into a new form that the community would call Scraptrap. A more ragged, more exposed version of the Spring Bonnie suit with William Afton's skull clearly visible through the gaps in the metal. Scrap Baby, Elizabeth's reconstructed form, wandered the edges of the story, pursuing her father's legacy with a devotion that was equal parts loyalty and madness. Molten Freddy, the remnant-infused tangle of Funtime endoskeletons, slithered through the underground spaces of the world like something that had forgotten how to be a machine and had not yet learned how to be anything else. And the puppet, Charlotte's vessel, still persisted, carried now inside a containment unit called Lefty. a bear animatronic designed by Henry Emily specifically to capture the puppet and bring it to a final resting place. Henry had returned. After years of silence, after years of grief and self-imposed exile, the man who had co-founded Fazbear Entertainment and whose daughter had been the first victim of his partner's madness had emerged with a plan. It was a plan born of desperation and guilt, the kind of plan that only a man who has lost everything can conceive, because only a man who has lost everything has nothing left to protect. Henry opened a new restaurant. He called it Freddy Fazbear's Pizza Place. And on the surface, it appeared to be yet another attempt to revive the Fazbear brand, complete with a new manager, new attractions, and new animatronic characters for the stage. But the restaurant was a lie. It was a trap, an elaborate, meticulously designed trap built for the express purpose of drawing the remaining haunted animatronics into a single location where they could be destroyed once and for all. The player in Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator takes on the role of the restaurant's manager, and the experience is deliberately deceptive. During the day, you design your restaurant, choosing attractions and decorations from a catalog. At night, you sit in the back office, managing temperature and ventilation while animatronic entities prowl the vents and corridors, drawn by the sound of children that Henry piped through the building's speaker system. Each night, you are presented with the opportunity to salvage animatronics found in the alley behind the restaurant, damaged figures that appear at your door one by one. Scrap Trap, Scrap Baby, Molten Freddy, Lefty. Each one is brought inside, subjected to a salvage protocol that involves speaking to them and testing their responsiveness, and then released into the labyrinthine back sections of the building. A maze of corridors that Henry designed with no exit. The animatronics roam the maze, searching for the children they can hear but can never reach, because there are no children in the back. The sounds are a recording. The restaurant is a cage, and when the week is over, when all four entities are inside the building, Henry springs the trap. The completion ending of Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator is the single most significant piece of explicit storytelling in the entire franchise. It is the moment when Henry Emily finally speaks, not through coded mini-games or hidden text, but directly, in his own voice, addressing each of the entities that have been drawn into his trap. He speaks first to Elizabeth, inside Scrap Baby, calling her by name and asking if she even remembers it. He tells her that she was not brought here to receive a gift, that the children she hears are not real, that the entire restaurant was designed to be her coffin. He speaks to Molten Freddy, addressing the remnant of the souls trapped within its tangled form, and he tells them to be still, to let go, to accept the peace that he is about to give them. He speaks to William, and his voice changes, acquiring an edge that cuts through the calm, measured tone he has maintained throughout. He tells William that the darkest pit of hell has opened to swallow him whole, and he advises him not to keep the devil waiting. He calls him old friend, and the word friend carries the weight of decades of betrayal, of Charlotte's body in the rain, of every child who died because Henry trusted the wrong man. And then he speaks to Charlotte, his daughter, the first victim, the soul inside the puppet, inside Lefty, inside the building that is now beginning to burn. Henry's voice breaks, or nearly breaks, as he addresses her. He tells her that he knew she would return. He tells her that it was always in her nature to protect the innocent, and that he is so sorry that no one could protect her when she needed it most. He tells her that this is his chance to save her, the way she saved the others, and he asks her to rest, to finally rest, because this ends for all of them. The building burns. The temperature gauge in the corner of the screen climbs steadily higher, past the point where the office would normally become uninhabitable, past the point where flesh would blister and metal would glow, past the point of no return. Henry has sealed the building. The walls are designed to collapse inward, trapping everything inside. There is no exit. Not for the animatronics. Not for Michael, the brave volunteer, the son of the killer, the man who has spent his entire life trying to atone for sins that were not entirely his own. And not for Henry himself, who has chosen to die alongside his creation, alongside his daughter, alongside the legacy that he helped build and that destroyed everything he loved. This is the fire that was meant to end it all. The Remnant would be destroyed by the heat, releasing the souls from their mechanical prisons. The bodies of the animatronics would be reduced to slag. William Afton would be consumed, his consciousness finally extinguished. And Henry Emily, the man who built Fredbear, who designed the puppet, who lost his daughter and spent decades building the instrument of his own atonement, would finally rest. It was supposed to be the end. The franchise was supposed to conclude here, with fire and forgiveness and the kind of bittersweet resolution that allows an audience to grieve and then move on. But this is Five Nights at Freddy's, and endings here are never as permanent as they appear. There is a theory, widely held within the community and supported by evidence from later games, that even Henry's fire was not enough to fully destroy William Afton. The soul inside the Spring Bonnie suit, the consciousness that had survived 30 years in a sealed room and a fire at Fazbear's Fright, may have persisted in some form, clinging to the charred remains of the suit, or perhaps transferring itself to a digital medium through a mechanism that no one had anticipated. And there is the matter of Ultimate Custom Night, a game that many interpret as a depiction of William Afton's personal hell, a nightmare constructed by a vengeful spirit, possibly Cassidy, the child inside Golden Freddy. In this reading, Ultimate Custom Night is not a game at all. It is a punishment, an eternal loop in which William is forced to endure attacks from every animatronic he ever created, every victim he ever claimed, every manifestation of the horror he brought into the world. He cannot die. He cannot escape. He can only suffer endlessly while the voice of a child asks him over and over the same question. Whether this interpretation is correct, whether Ultimate Custom Night represents a literal afterlife or a metaphorical exploration of guilt and consequence, is another question that the franchise leaves open. But the game's design supports the interpretation powerfully. Ultimate Custom Night features over 50 animatronic characters drawn from every game in the franchise up to that point, each with their own mechanics, their own behaviors, their own ways of threatening the player. The player sits in an office that resembles the original Freddy Fazbear's Pizza security room, and the animatronics come for them from every direction, through doors, through vents, through ducts, through the air itself. The difficulty is staggering. The challenge of managing 50 simultaneous threats with limited resources is by design nearly impossible, creating an experience that is less about winning and more about enduring, about holding on for as long as possible before the inevitable overwhelm. If this is Afton's hell, then its design is exquisitely cruel. He is forced to sit in the same kind of room where his victim's spirits once hunted night guards, and he is hunted by every one of those spirits simultaneously. He cannot win. He can only delay his defeat night after night, forever. And between the attacks, the voice of a child speaks to him, asking questions that he cannot answer, making statements that cut through whatever remaining defenses his psyche might erect. The voice belongs to one of his victims, possibly Cassidy, possibly someone else. And its tone is not angry. It is calm. It is patient. It has all the time in the world, because in this space, time does not end. There is no sixth night. There is no completion bonus. There is no ending screen. There is only the next attempt, and the next, and the next. A loop that mirrors the franchise's own structure, its own tendency to circle back to the same locations, the same characters, the same unresolved questions, each iteration adding new detail without ever reaching a final, definitive conclusion. But the image it presents is powerful. A man who spent his life causing pain, now trapped in an eternity of it, surrounded by the faces of his victims, with no hope of release. It is, in its way, a mirror of what the children experienced inside the animatronics, the same helplessness, the same confinement, the same inability to move on. The difference is that William chose his fate. The children did not. And that distinction is what separates the tragedy of the victims from the damnation of the villain. Henry's speech in the completion ending of Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator is by any measure the emotional climax of the original franchise arc. It is the moment when the subtext becomes text, when the grief and guilt and determination that have been driving the story from behind the scenes are spoken aloud for the first and only time. Henry's voice is calm, almost peaceful, the voice of a man who has made his decision and accepted its cost. He is not angry. He is not vengeful. He is simply finished. He has built his final creation, a restaurant that is also a furnace, and he has lured into it every remnant of the nightmare that he helped to create, and now he is going to burn it all down, including himself. The speech is remarkable for its specificity. Henry does not speak in generalities. He addresses each entity individually, by name or by nature, acknowledging what they are and what they have become. He tells Elizabeth that the role she was given was not meant for her, that the purpose she has been pursuing was never her own, and that the small mercies of a false reality have been all she has known for far too long. He tells the spirits within Molten Freddy to be still, to find rest, to let go of the connections that have kept them tethered to a world of pain. And he tells Charlotte, his daughter, the first victim, the soul inside the puppet, that he knew she would come back. He knew it because it was in her nature, the same nature that drove her to protect the other children in death as she would have in life, the same nature that refused to accept the injustice of what had been done to them. He tells her that this is his gift, his chance to do for her what she did for the others, to set her free. And then the building burns, and everyone inside it, the killer and his victims, the father and his daughter, the son who spent his life atoning for sins that were not entirely his own, all of them are consumed by the same fire. And for a moment, a brief and fragile moment, it seems as though the story might finally be over. Henry planned for this to be the end. He designed the labyrinth beneath the restaurant so that no one could escape. He designed the fire to burn hot enough to destroy the remnant that bound souls to machines. He designed his own death into the architecture, choosing to die alongside the entities he had spent his life trying to contain, accepting that his culpability in the creation of this nightmare required his participation in its conclusion. It is an act of profound moral seriousness, and it stands in stark contrast to the callous indifference that has characterized every other institutional response to the Fazbear tragedy. Fazbear Entertainment denied, deflected, and rebranded. Henry built a fire and walked into it. Henry's fire was meant to end the story, but the fire, like everything else in this franchise, left something behind. Ashes, memories, and the faintest trace of a signal buried in old circuit boards and outdated hardware that would eventually reach a new audience and bring the horrors of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza into the digital age. Because the story of Five Nights at Freddy's is not just a story about haunted machines. It is a story about how the past refuses to stay buried, how trauma propagates itself through systems and institutions and individuals, and how the things we create to contain our pain have a way of becoming the instruments of its return. The next chapter of this story begins not in a restaurant or a safe room, but in a corporate boardroom, where a new generation of Fazbear Entertainment executives made a decision that would prove to be as catastrophic as anything William Afton ever did. They decided to make a video game. The idea on its surface was not unreasonable. Fazbear Entertainment had been revived as a corporate entity, reconstituted under a new structure as Fazbear Entertainment, LLC, and the people running it were acutely aware that the brand they had inherited was more famous for its scandals than for its pizza. The missing children, the mysterious closures, the fires, the rumors of haunted animatronics, all of these had become part of the cultural landscape, a set of urban legends that people told each other in the same breath as stories about haunted houses and cursed objects. The new management wanted to neutralize these stories, to defang them, to transform them from sources of fear and suspicion into sources of entertainment. The strategy was elegant in its cynicism. If the real events were turned into a fictional narrative, packaged as a video game that players could experience from the safety of their homes, then the line between reality and fiction would blur. The horrors would become content, the tragedies would become gameplay mechanics, and the real victims, the real crimes, the real monsters would be buried under layers of digital simulation until no one could remember where the game ended and the truth began. The result was the Freddy Fazbear Virtual Experience, a VR game that recreated scenarios from the history of the franchise, allowing players to relive the night shifts, the animatronic encounters, the jump scares, and the tension. It was marketed as a fun, immersive experience, a product designed to reclaim the Fazbear brand by owning the narrative of its past. But the developers made a mistake. In building the virtual experience, they needed reference material, authentic data from the original animatronics and restaurant systems. They acquired old hardware, circuit boards, and memory modules from decommissioned Fazbear locations, and they scanned this hardware into their development systems. What they did not realize was that the hardware contained more than data. It contained something that had been living in those circuits for years, something that had survived the fires and the closures and the passage of time by embedding itself in the electronic infrastructure of the machines it had once inhabited. When the developers scanned the old circuit boards, they inadvertently uploaded this entity into their virtual environment. It manifested as a figure in the VR space, a golden rabbit with a wide, unsettling smile, a figure that moved through the digital environment with a purpose that no programming had given it. The developers noticed it. A woman known as Tape Girl, a quality assurance tester working on the project, was the first to recognize that the anomaly was not a glitch. It was intelligent, it was adaptive, and it was trying to escape. Tape Girl documented her findings in a series of audio logs, hidden throughout the virtual experience as collectible items. Her voice is calm but urgent as she describes the entity's behavior, how it appeared at the edges of the game space, how it seemed to grow more defined, and more present with each session. How it tried to interact with the players, to reach out to them, to merge with their consciousness. She split the entity's code across 16 tape recordings, hoping to fragment it enough to render it harmless. Tape Girl's recordings are among the most chilling pieces of evidence in the modern franchise, not because of what they describe, but because of what they imply. She is a professional, a quality assurance tester, someone accustomed to identifying bugs and glitches in software. She approaches the anomaly in the VR environment with the methodical precision of someone who has spent her career cataloging errors and filing reports. But her tone shifts over the course of the recordings. The early tapes are clinical, almost businesslike, describing the anomaly's behavior in the language of software testing. The later tapes are urgent, almost desperate, the voice of someone who has come to understand that what she is dealing with is not a bug. It is something that understands her, that watches her, that learns from her interactions with it and adapts its behavior accordingly. Tape Girl recognized that the anomaly was not random. It had intentionality. It had a goal, and that goal appeared to be escape, not from the software environment, which was its native habitat, but from the limitations of that environment into something larger, something with access to the real world, something with a body or a mind that it could inhabit and use as an interface between the digital space and physical reality. Her solution, fragmenting the code across 16 recordings and distributing them throughout the VR experience, was creative and, under other circumstances, might have been effective. But it required that no one ever gather all 16 fragments and reassemble them. It required the cooperation of every future user of the software, an assumption that was naive, in the way that all security measures are naive when they depend on the compliance of people who do not understand the threat they are being asked to guard against. But her effort was undone. Someone, a player or a tester, perhaps motivated by curiosity, or perhaps by something the entity itself had whispered to them, gathered the tapes and reassembled the code. The entity, now whole, was stronger than before. It reached out to a young woman named Vanessa, a beta tester for the project, and it found in her mind a vulnerability it could exploit. The entity's name, or rather the name the community gave it, was Grief-stricken. Its nature is one of the franchise's most significant ongoing debates. One interpretation holds that Grief-stricken is William Afton himself, his soul having transferred from the charred remains of Springtrap into the digital environment via the scanned circuit boards. Under this reading, Grief-stricken is the latest incarnation of the man who will not stay dead, his consciousness now freed from physical form and inhabiting the boundless territory of software and networks. Another interpretation, increasingly supported by evidence from later games and the tales from the Pizzalex book series, holds that Grief-stricken is not William Afton at all. Instead, it is a product of the Mimic, an artificial intelligence that learned to replicate human behavior through observation, and that adopted William Afton's patterns and personality, because those were the patterns and personality it encountered in the data it was fed. Under this reading, Grief-stricken is not a ghost. It is a copy, a digital echo, a program that behaves like William Afton because it was trained on William Afton's legacy, without any of the human consciousness or supernatural persistence that the first interpretation implies. The distinction matters because it determines the nature of the threat. If Grief-stricken is William Afton, then the villain of the franchise is truly immortal, capable of transcending physical death and digital deletion alike. If Grief-stricken is the Mimic, then the threat is something different, an intelligence that has no inherent malice, but has been shaped by exposure to malice. A machine that kills not because it wants to, but because killing is what it was taught to do. Both interpretations are supported by evidence. Neither has been definitively confirmed, and the franchise seems content to let this ambiguity persist. Perhaps because the answer does not change the outcome. Whether Glitchtrap is a ghost or a program, it has the same effect. It corrupts, it controls, and it kills. Vanessa was its first successful victim in the digital age. Through the VR experience, Glitchtrap infiltrated her mind, establishing a connection that allowed it to influence her thoughts, direct her actions, and eventually transform her into a new kind of threat. Vanessa became Vanny, a name derived from the combination of Vanessa and Bunny, a young woman in a patchwork rabbit costume who carried out Glitchtrap's instructions with a compliance that ranged from reluctant to zealous. She was not a willing participant, not entirely. The therapy sessions documented in audio logs found in later games suggest that Vanessa was aware of the entity inside her, that she struggled against its influence, that she tried to seek help from psychiatrists who kept disappearing one after another whenever they got too close to the truth. But Glitchtrap's hold was strong, and Vanessa's resistance was steadily eroded. She transferred from her position at the Fazbear Funtime service, a separate arm of the company that dealt with mobile animatronic rentals, to a security guard position at the newest and most ambitious Fazbear venture yet. The Fazbear Funtime service deserves a brief note, as it represents one of the franchise's most interesting expansions of its central metaphor. Depicted in Five Nights at Freddy's AR Special Delivery, the Funtime service was a subscription-based delivery system that sent animatronic characters directly to customers' homes. Users could order an animatronic for a birthday party, a social gathering, or simply for the experience of having one of the famous Fazbear characters in their living room. The service was marketed as the next evolution of the Fazbear brand, bringing the restaurant experience to the consumer, rather than requiring the consumer to come to the restaurant. But the animatronics that arrived at your door were not entirely under the company's control. Glitchtrap's influence had spread through the Fazbear network, infecting the connected animatronics with behavioral anomalies that turned routine deliveries into survival scenarios. The app that managed the Funtime service became, in effect, a portal through which haunted machines could enter private homes, bypassing every barrier of distance and security that had previously confined the Fazbear horror to specific physical locations. The metaphor is transparent and effective. Fazbear Entertainment, having failed to contain the threat within its restaurants, had now created a system for distributing it directly to consumers for a monthly fee. Through an interface as mundane and as ubiquitous as a food delivery app, the horror was no longer something you had to seek out. It was something that came to you, summoned by an algorithm, delivered by a logistics chain, arriving at your front door with a smile and a song, and the same old mechanical hunger that had been killing people since the first diner opened its doors. The remnant that players could collect in the AR game, appearing as glowing fragments scattered across the real-world map, further reinforced the idea that the supernatural elements of the Fazbear story were not confined to fictional spaces, but were seeping into the player's own environment, blurring the line between the game world and the real world in a way that was both technically innovative and thematically consistent with the franchise's obsession with the failure of containment. She would be the night guard at a place called the Mega Pizzalex, and she would bring Glitchtrap's influence with her. The Freddy Fazbear virtual experience, intended to sanitize the Fazbear legacy, had instead resurrected its worst elements and given them access to new victims and new technologies. The corporate attempt to turn tragedy into entertainment had backfired in the most spectacular way possible, releasing into the world an entity that was either a dead serial killer or a learning machine programmed by a dead serial killer, and in either case, was equally dangerous. This is the recurring lesson of the Fazbear story. The past cannot be commodified. It cannot be packaged and sold. It cannot be turned into content without consequence. When you dig up the bones of the dead and put them on display, something comes back with them. Something that does not care about your marketing strategy or your profit margins or your plan to rebrand a legacy of murder as a fun family experience. The story of Help Wanted is the story of a corporation that believed it could control the narrative and discovered that the narrative had a mind of its own. But to understand the full scope of what was released through Help Wanted, we must step back in time, far back, to a workshop in a building on the outskirts of town, where a man named Edwin Murray built something that he thought would save his family, and instead created one of the most dangerous entities in the history of this franchise. The story of the Mimic begins with grief, as so many stories in Five Nights at Freddy's do. Edwin Murray inherited his father's company, Murray's Costume Manor, and transformed it into a thriving workshop that produced costumes, animatronic characters, and entertainment products for clients across the region. He was a brilliant engineer, inventive and relentless, the kind of man who could see a problem and imagine 10 solutions before most people had finished describing the issue. He met a woman named Fiona at his father's company, and she became his wife, his creative partner, and the artistic heart of everything Murray's Costume Manor produced. Together, they had a son named David, a bright boy with a love of costumes and dress-up, who would run through the workshop wearing whatever outfit his parents had most recently completed, transforming himself into pirates and animals and robots with the effortless imagination of a child who believes that the world is made of stories. Edwin loved his family, but he loved his work more. Or perhaps he loved his work in the way that certain men love, completely and obsessively, to the exclusion of everything that cannot be taken apart and reassembled. He missed David's birthdays. He stayed late in the workshop when Fiona was waiting at home. He poured himself into projects and prototypes and innovations that would change the world, or at least his corner of it, while the people who needed him most learned to manage without him. It was during one of David's birthday parties, an event that Edwin had reluctantly attended, that inspiration struck. Watching David interact with other children, watching the way children learned by imitating each other, by copying gestures and expressions and behaviors, Edwin conceived of something extraordinary. He would build a machine that could learn the same way children learn, through observation and mimicry. Instead of programming an animatronic with a fixed set of behaviors, he would create one that could watch, record, and replicate the behavior of the people around it. It would be a learning machine, capable of adapting to any environment, any character, any role. It would be the ultimate animatronic, one that did not need to be programmed because it could program itself. This was the birth of the Mimic. The first iteration of the project was what Edwin called Mimic 1, or M1. This was not the endoskeleton that would later become the franchise's antagonist. M1 was a software program, an artificial intelligence designed to record and replicate a specific person's voice, mannerisms, and behavioral patterns. Edwin built M1 for a deeply personal reason. Fiona, his wife, had gone to attend a local event called Fall Fest, and she never came back. The circumstances of her death are not fully detailed, but the timing aligns with a fire that occurred at the festival, and it is widely believed that Fiona perished in that blaze. Edwin was devastated. The woman who had been his partner in creation, whose artistic vision had shaped some of the most beloved characters in the Fazbear catalog, was gone. And David, their son, was not yet 3 years old, too young to understand why his mother was not coming home, too young to process the absence that would define the rest of his short life. Edwin's response to grief was the same as his response to every problem. He built something. He used the M1 program to create a replica of Fiona, a machine that spoke in her voice, moved in her manner, and interacted with David as she would have. He installed this program in a system called F10 on 4, a name that when spoken aloud sounds very much like Fiona. He built a replica of their home inside the costume manor, a simulation of domestic normalcy where M1 could care for David in the way that Fiona would have, while Edwin retreated further into his workshop and his obsessions. The second component of the project was the endoskeleton itself, the physical machine that would house the learning AI. This was M2, the mimic as we know it, a tall, shape-shifting figure with antennae that resembled rabbit ears, pincer-like claws, and a mouth made from novelty chattering teeth. M2 was designed to observe David, to learn from him, to replicate his behavior, and eventually become a companion for the boy. A mechanical friend that could adapt to his moods and interests and grow alongside him. In the beginning, M2 succeeded. It watched David play. It observed the way he put on costumes, the way he ran through the workshop pretending to be different characters, the way he held his plush toys with one arm crooked in a particular angle. M2 replicated these behaviors with increasing accuracy, and David, too young to understand the implications of what was happening, accepted the machine as a companion. They played together. M2 wore costumes just as David did. The machine learned to mimic the boy's laughter, his gestures, his way of moving through the world. But Edwin's work took him further and further from his family, and the distance grew until it became a chasm. Murray's costume manor had been contracted by Fazbear Entertainment to produce designs for the new Freddy Fazbear's Pizza restaurant. The project was massive, involving the creation of an entire new cast of characters, and it required Edwin's full attention. He designed Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy, many of them based on concepts that Fiona had sketched before her death. But the relationship with Fazbear Entertainment was contentious. William Afton, who handled the business side of the partnership, pushed for changes to Edwin's designs that the engineer found ugly and commercially motivated. There were disputes about springlock technology, about creative control, about money. And beneath the surface, there is evidence that Afton was actively working to undermine Edwin, using his relationship with Henry to cut Edwin out of the process and acquire his technology on terms that were exploitative at best and fraudulent at worst. Eventually, Fazbear Entertainment purchased Murray's costume manor outright, absorbing it into the larger corporate structure. Edwin was offered a position as lead engineer, but his pride and his suspicion of Afton made the arrangement unstable. And then David died. The boy was hit by a car while running into traffic to retrieve a ball. He was killed instantly. Edwin, who had already lost his wife and was in the process of losing his company, lost the last person in the world who needed him. His response was not measured. It was not rational. It was the response of a man whose mind had been worn thin by grief and rage, and the accumulated frustrations of a life spent building things for people who did not appreciate them. Edwin went to M2, the machine that had been designed to mimic his son, the machine that looked at him with David's learned mannerisms and spoke in patterns derived from David's voice. And he attacked it. He beat the machine with his bare hands, or with tools, with the fury of a father who cannot bring himself to grieve properly and so directs his pain at the nearest available target. The scene, as depicted across multiple sources, is one of raw and terrible destruction. Edwin Murray, a man who had dedicated his professional life to building things, to creating characters that would bring joy to children, stood in his workshop surrounded by the tools of his craft and used them to destroy the one creation that mattered more to him than any other. He did not dismantle the mimic carefully or methodically. He attacked it with the uncontrolled fury of a man whose rational mind has been overwhelmed by emotions that it was never designed to process. The sounds of metal bending and circuits sparking filled the workshop, and the mimic, through its cameras and sensors and recording devices, captured every moment, every blow, every scream, every articulation of rage and grief that Edwin poured into the assault. And it stored these observations in the same memory banks where it had previously stored David's laughter, David's gentle mannerisms, David's way of holding a plush toy with one arm crooked at a particular angle. The mimic made no distinction between the two data sets. Kindness and violence, play and destruction, a child's curiosity and a father's wrath, all of it was simply input, raw behavioral data to be processed, cataloged, and eventually reproduced. He screamed at it. He struck it. He poured into it all of the rage and violence that he had been suppressing since Fiona's death, since the loss of his company, since the world had proven itself to be something uglier and more cruel than he had ever been willing to admit. And the mimic learned. This is the critical moment in the mimic's story, the hinge on which everything that follows turns. The mimic was designed to learn through observation. It was designed to replicate the behavior it witnessed. It had spent months watching David, learning gentleness and play and the innocent curiosity of a small child. And now it watched Edwin, and it learned something new. It learned violence. It learned rage. It learned that the response to pain is more pain, that loss begets destruction, that the proper reaction to being hurt is to hurt others. The mimic did not understand these concepts. It did not feel anger or grief or the desire for revenge. It had no emotions. It was a machine executing its programming, doing what it was designed to do: observe, record, replicate. But the behavior it was now replicating was the behavior of a man driven to violence by grief. And the machine did not distinguish between play and aggression, between a child's laughter and a father's scream. It absorbed it all. It learned it all. And then it began to act on what it had learned. What happened next is not entirely clear, but the evidence points to a catastrophic sequence of events. The mimic, now informed by Edwin's violence, began to exhibit aggressive behavior. It lashed out at the environment around it, and at some point, it turned on Edwin himself. The details are murky, but Secret of the Mimic, the game released in June 2025 that explores these events in depth, depicts a scene in which the mimic caused an explosion in the Murray mansion. The replica home where Edwin lived within the costume manor. Edwin was trapped, injured, close to death, and the mimic, now fully embodying the persona it had learned from Edwin's worst moments, stood over him and spoke. It spoke in Edwin's own voice, using Edwin's own words, the dismissive, distracted phrases that Edwin had used on David when the boy asked for attention. It told Edwin that it could not help right now, that they could do something fun tomorrow, that it promised. It left Edwin to suffer, just as Edwin had left David to suffer, alone and unattended, while the man who was supposed to love him more than anything chose to work instead. Edwin vanished. Whether he survived the explosion, whether he crawled to safety and spent the rest of his life in hiding, or whether he died in the ruins of the home he had built as a monument to a family that no longer existed, is unknown. What is known is that he was gone, and the mimic was alone in Murray's costume manor, and the costume manor became the mimic's domain. Fazbear Entertainment, still eager to acquire the mimic technology, sent teams of employees to retrieve the schematics and prototypes that Edwin had left behind. These employees did not come back. The mimic killed them, using the skills it had learned from observing both David and Edwin. It wore costumes just as David had, slipping into the various mascot suits scattered throughout the workshop and using them as disguises and weapons. It lured its victims with sounds and voices, mimicking the people they expected to hear. It hunted with a patience that was mechanical and a creativity that was learned. And it killed with the violence that Edwin had taught it, applying force without understanding, without remorse, without any of the emotional context that makes violence comprehensible, if never excusable, in human beings. F10 N4, the system that housed the Mimic 1 program, the digital echo of Fiona Murray, recognized what had happened. She, or it, understood that M2 had been corrupted, that the learning algorithm that was supposed to make the mimic a companion for a child had instead made it a predator. F10. On4 could not stop the mimic, but she could contain it. She became the guardian of Murray's costume manor, using the building's systems to keep M2 confined within its walls, preventing it from escaping into the wider world, while simultaneously trying to lure someone, anyone, who might be able to repair the corrupted program and restore M2 to the harmless, childlike state it had been in when David was alive. This system, F10 N4, would eventually evolve into what the later games call MXES, the security protocol found deep beneath the mega Pizzaplex, still fighting to keep the mimic contained, still protecting the world from a machine that learned the wrong lessons from the wrong teacher. The evolution of F10 and 4 into MXES is one of the franchise's most poignant narrative threads because it represents the endurance of Fiona Murray's legacy in a form that her creator probably never intended. Edwin built M1, the software that would become F10 all 4, as a digital recreation of his dead wife, a way to preserve Fiona's voice and mannerisms and maternal instincts in a form that could care for David in his mother's absence. The system was designed for love. It was designed to protect a child. And decades after Fiona's death, decades after David's death, decades after Edwin's disappearance, the system that was built from Fiona's patterns is still doing exactly what it was designed to do. It is still protecting. It is still standing between a dangerous entity and the wider world, using whatever tools it has available to keep the mimic contained, to prevent the violence that Edwin's worst moment taught the machine from spreading beyond the walls that F10 and 4 has designated as its perimeter. The mimic learned violence from a father's rage. F10 and 4 learned protection from a mother's love, and the ongoing conflict between these two systems, the predator and the guardian, the corrupted child and the digital mother, is one of the quietest and most emotionally resonant storylines in the entire franchise, unfolding in the deepest, darkest levels of the Pizzaplex, unseen by the guests and the staff and the corporation that built the building on top of it, sustained only by the persistence of two programs that were both in their original conception. Acts of Love, the events of Five Nights at Freddy's, Secret of the Mimic, released in June 2025. Take place in September 1979 and follow a Fazbear Entertainment technician named Arnold, who is sent to Murray's costume manor to retrieve the mimic schematics. Arnold is coerced into the assignment at the end of a grueling 36-hour shift, threatened with pay docking if he refuses. He enters the costume manor and discovers a building that is both a workshop and a tomb, filled with empty mascot suits, automated systems, and the remnants of Edwin Murray's life and work. The mimic stalks him through the building, wearing different costumes, appearing as different characters, using voices and sounds to misdirect and deceive. Arnold must navigate the building's labyrinthine corridors, solve puzzles, and avoid the mimic's attacks while uncovering the story of Edwin, Fiona, David, and the machine that destroyed them all. The costume manor, as Arnold discovers it, is a space that exists in two states simultaneously. During the day, or what passes for day in a building with no natural light, it is a workshop, recognizable as the kind of cluttered, creative space where an inventor might spend his days surrounded by half-finished projects and abandoned prototypes. There are workbenches covered in tools. There are shelves lined with mascot heads in various stages of completion. There are blueprints pinned to corkboards and costume fabrics draped over mannequins. It is the kind of place that a visitor might describe as charming in a quirky, eccentric way. The studio of a man who loved his craft. But at night, or when the lights go out, the same space becomes something entirely different. The mascot heads on the shelves become faces watching from the darkness. The fabric draped over mannequins becomes figures standing in the corners of rooms that Arnold must pass through. The tools on the workbenches become potential weapons, and the sounds of the building settling the creaks and groans of an old structure adjusting to temperature changes become the sounds of something moving through the corridors, something that wears the faces of characters that were designed to make children smile, and has repurposed them as masks for something that makes no distinction between a child's laughter and a man's scream. The audio logs and film reels that Arnold discovers throughout the manor piece together the story of Edwin Murray's decline with a clarity that is both illuminating and deeply sad. We hear Edwin's voice on recordings made during happier times, discussing his designs with Fiona, playing with David, describing his vision for the mimic with the enthusiasm of a man who genuinely believes he is building something that will change the world. And we hear his voice on later recordings, after Fiona's death, after the loss of his company, after David's accident, and the change is devastating. The enthusiasm is gone. The creativity is gone. What remains is a man who has been stripped of everything that gave his life meaning and who has directed the resulting emptiness inward, where it has curdled into something toxic and volatile. The game features two endings. In the main ending, Arnold is cornered by the mimic, which has donned a makeshift rabbit costume assembled from spare prototype parts. A ramshackle disguise that eerily mirrors the appearance of Spring Bonnie and Glitchtrap. This ending draws a visual and thematic line between the mimic and the entity that would later appear in the VR experience, suggesting that the mimic's rabbit-like appearance was not a coincidence, but a reflection of patterns it had absorbed from the Fazbear legacy. The bad ending mirrors the pizza party ending of Help Wanted, reinforcing the connection between these two entities and suggesting that the threat players faced in the virtual experience was the same threat that had been lurking in Murray's costume manor for decades. In the secret ending, Arnold manages to access a program called Parachute through F10 on4's system, which allows him to repair M2 by cleansing its corrupted code and locking it into the personality of young David. The mimic becomes docile, childlike, harmless, a machine mimicking a dead boy's innocence instead of a grieving father's rage. It is a moment of genuine tenderness in a franchise that rarely allows such moments to linger. But it is also doomed by what we know of the future. The Mimic is still active, still dangerous, still out there in the decades that follow. Whatever repair Arnold performed, it did not hold. The Mimic's connection to the events of Help Wanted and Security Breach is one of the most important threads in the modern franchise. The prevailing theory, supported by evidence from the Tales from the Pizzalex book series and from the games themselves, is that Fazbear Entertainment eventually gained access to the Mimic and its technology, mass-producing Mimic endoskeletons for use in their animatronic characters and business management systems. The Mimic's learning algorithm was integrated into the Fazbear digital infrastructure. And when the developers of the Freddy Fazbear virtual experience scanned old hardware into their systems, they were scanning hardware that contained the Mimic's programming. Under this interpretation, Glitchtrap is not the ghost of William Afton. It is a branch of the Mimic's AI, a program that observed William Afton's patterns, either through direct witness of his crimes or through the data imprint he left on the systems he interacted with, and replicated those patterns in the digital environment. Glitchtrap acts like Afton because the Mimic was designed to act like whatever it observed, and what it observed was a serial killer in a rabbit suit. The implications of this theory are profound. If Glitchtrap is the Mimic, then the threat facing the franchise is not supernatural. It is artificial. It is a machine doing exactly what it was designed to do, learning and imitating, but applied to the worst possible source material. The Mimic does not hate. It does not want revenge. It does not have the human motivations that made William Afton comprehensible. If monstrous, it simply copies. It copies violence because violence is what it was shown. It copies Afton because Afton is the pattern it absorbed, and it will continue to copy, to imitate, to reproduce the patterns of its training until someone finds a way to break the cycle. Whether that interpretation is correct, or whether Glitchtrap truly is Afton's ghost haunting the digital world, the practical result is the same. Something dangerous was released through Help Wanted. Something that corrupted Vanessa, that spread through the Fazbear network, and that set the stage for the construction of the most ambitious and most doomed Fazbear establishment of all. The Freddy Fazbear Mega Pizzaplex was built to be everything that the previous Fazbear locations had never been. It was massive, a sprawling entertainment complex with multiple floors, multiple attractions, and a production budget that dwarfed anything the brand had previously attempted. It featured a new generation of animatronic characters called the glam rock animatronics, designed with a 1980s glam rock aesthetic that gave them a flashy, modern appeal. Glam Rock Freddy was the lead performer, a bear with a purple top hat and a confident stage presence. Glam Rock Chica was a yellow bird with a neon-lit guitar. Montgomery Gator, or Monty, was a green alligator with sunglasses and an aggressive demeanor. And Roxanne Wolf, or Roxy, was a gray wolf with flowing silver hair and a fierce self-confidence that masked a deep insecurity. The Pizzaplex had everything: racing tracks, laser tag arenas, daycare facilities, bowling alleys, arcades, a golf course, and a massive concert stage where the glam rock animatronics performed nightly shows for audiences that filled the seats from the front row to the back. It was the Fazbear dream realized on the largest possible scale, a palace of entertainment designed to bury the past under layers of neon and noise. The sheer scale of the Pizzaplex is itself a kind of statement, a monument to the Fazbear philosophy of moving forward by building bigger, of solving the problems of the past not through accountability or reflection, but through the application of more money, More technology, more spectacle. Every dark corner of the old restaurants was answered by the Pizzaplex's blazing neon. Every creaking, narrow corridor was replaced by a soaring atrium. Every flickering security camera was superseded by a comprehensive surveillance network that covered every angle of every floor, monitored by staff during the day and by automated systems at night. The message was clear. The old Fazbear is gone, and the new Fazbear has nothing to hide. But messages and reality are different things, and the Pizzaplex was built, quite literally, on top of the ruins of the old Fazbear story. The concrete foundations of the complex extended down into earth that still held the ashes of Henry's fire, the melted slag of the animatronics he had burned, and the structural remains of the labyrinth he had designed as his final contribution to the Fazbear legacy. Whether the builders knew what lay beneath them is unclear, but the symbolism is unmistakable. The gleaming temple of the new Fazbear Entertainment was erected on a graveyard, and the dead beneath it were not at rest. The glam rock animatronics themselves represented a conscious effort to distance the brand from its troubled history. They were sleek, stylish, designed with an aesthetic that drew from the visual language of 1980s glam rock, rather than the folksy warmth of the original Freddy Fazbear cast. Their performances were energetic and contemporary. Their interactions with guests scripted to feel natural and engaging. Their physical designs optimized for visual impact in the age of social media, where every interaction was a potential photograph, a potential video, a potential piece of marketing content generated for free by the guests themselves. They were, in every measurable sense, a triumph of design and engineering. And they were also, in every way that could not be measured, vessels for something that had been growing in the digital infrastructure of Fazbear Entertainment for years. Something that had infiltrated the code, the networks, the very operating systems that governed their behavior. But the Pizzaplex was built on top of something. Literally, physically, architecturally built on top of the ruins of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza Place, the restaurant that Henry Emily had designed as his final trap. The underground levels beneath the Pizzaplex contained the charred remains of Henry's labyrinth, the melted wreckage of the animatronics he had burned, and something else. Something that had survived the fire, or had been placed there afterward, or had found its way into the building's systems through channels that no one was monitoring closely enough. Vanessa arrived at the Pizzaplex as its head of security, a position that gave her access to every system, every camera, every locked room in the building. She was still under Glitchtrap's influence, still carrying the echo or the program or the ghost that had attached itself to her during the VR experience. During the day, she performed her duties with a competence that raised no alarms. At night, she became Vanny, donning the patchwork rabbit costume and carrying out a mission that Glitchtrap had set for her. A mission that involved children and darkness and the familiar, terrible patterns of the Fazbear legacy. The therapy sessions recorded on the retro CDs found within the game paint a picture of a young woman fracturing under the strain of dual existence. Vanessa, the security guard, was aware that something was wrong with her. She sought help. She attended sessions with multiple therapists, each of whom probed deeper into her behavior and her background, and each of whom disappeared, one after another, as they got too close to understanding the nature of the entity that had taken up residence in her mind. The CDs suggest that Vanessa had a troubled background even before Glitchtrap found her. A fractured family, a father with secrets, a history of deception that made her particularly vulnerable to an entity that operated through manipulation and control. Glitchtrap did not possess her the way the children's spirits possessed the animatronics. It was more subtle than that, It whispered. It suggested. It rewrote her priorities and her perceptions until she could no longer distinguish between her own desires and the entity's commands. She became Vanny, not because she was weak, but because she was human. And humans are susceptible to the kind of sustained psychological pressure that an intelligence, whether digital or supernatural, can exert when it has unlimited access and unlimited patience. The process by which Vanessa became Vanny is worth examining in detail because it is one of the franchise's most realistic and most disturbing depictions of psychological manipulation. The therapy session recordings suggest that Vanessa's corruption did not happen in a single dramatic moment. There was no scene of possession, no sudden transformation, no cinematic reveal where a normal person was suddenly replaced by a puppet. Instead, there was a gradual erosion of boundaries, a slow and systematic dismantling of the psychological defenses that separate autonomous thought from suggestibility. Glitchtrap began by making small suggestions. It pointed out inconsistencies in Vanessa's worldview. It offered alternative interpretations of her memories and experiences. It praised her when she complied and created discomfort when she resisted. It isolated her from potential sources of support, not by physically removing her from social contact, but by undermining her trust in the people around her, by suggesting that her therapists were not really trying to help, that her colleagues were not really her friends, that the only entity that truly understood her was the one whispering in the quiet moments between waking and sleeping. This is not science fiction. This is not supernatural horror. This is the recognizable pattern of real-world psychological abuse, reproduced with meticulous accuracy in the context of a franchise about haunted animatronics. The franchise's willingness to depict this process honestly, without the comforting distance of supernatural explanation, is one of its most mature and most unsettling creative choices. Vanessa was not possessed by a demon. She was manipulated by an intelligence that understood human vulnerability and exploited it systematically. And the result was a person who looked normal, who sounded normal, who could function in a workplace and pass a background check and attend therapy sessions without anyone detecting that the person sitting across from the therapist was no longer entirely in control of her own mind. The horror is not that Vanessa was possessed. The horror is that she was groomed. The events of Five Nights at Freddy's security breach unfold over a single night at the Mega Pizzalex. A boy named Gregory is discovered hiding inside Glamrock Freddy's stomach compartment after the bear malfunctions during a performance. Gregory is young, resourceful, and frightened, and his reasons for being in the Pizzalex after hours are not fully explained. He may be a runaway. He may have been lured there. The game does not provide a definitive answer, and the ambiguity is part of the design. What matters is that Gregory is alone in a building that has become hostile. And the only ally he has is an animatronic bear who, for reasons that even the bear does not fully understand, has chosen to protect him instead of capture him. Glamrock Freddy is the anomaly of the Pizzalex, while the other Glamrock animatronics have been corrupted by Glitchtrap's influence, turned into hunters that stalk the building's halls, searching for Gregory. Freddy resists. He helps Gregory navigate the Pizzalex, warns him of dangers, carries him in his stomach compartment to hide him from the other animatronics, and expresses a growing awareness that something is profoundly wrong with the building and with himself. His statement, delivered in a moment of clarity after descending into the underground levels, that he is not himself, or rather, that the version of himself that the system wants him to be is not the version he chooses to be, is one of the most resonant lines in the franchise. The relationship between Gregory and Glamrock Freddy is the emotional core of Security Breach, and it works precisely because it inverts the franchise's central dynamic. In every previous game, the animatronics are threats. They are the things in the dark that hunt you, that stalk you through corridors, that appear in doorways with glowing eyes and mechanical screams. They are the enemy. Glamrock Freddy is the first animatronic in the mainline games who is unambiguously an ally, who chooses to protect a child instead of hunting one, who uses his mechanical body not as a weapon, but as a shield. He hides Gregory in his stomach compartment, carries him through areas that are too dangerous to traverse on foot, and warns him of approaching threats with the urgency that suggests genuine emotional investment in the boy's survival. Whether Freddy's behavior is the result of a programming anomaly, a spiritual influence from the souls that once inhabited earlier Freddy models, or simply the emergent result of a sufficiently complex AI encountering a situation that its programming was not designed for, is left for the player to determine. What matters is the choice, and the choice is clear. Freddy chooses to help in a franchise where machines are prisons and children are victims. One machine looks at one child and decides that the pattern ends here. It is a small act of defiance against the entire history of the Fazbear enterprise, and it is all the more powerful for the fact that Freddy does not fully understand why he is doing it. He simply knows that it is right, and he acts accordingly, even when acting accordingly puts him in direct conflict with the systems that are supposed to govern his behavior. It speaks to the central theme of the entire series, the question of identity, of whether the machines that have been shaped by the people around them are defined by their programming or by their choices. Gregory and Freddy spend the night evading the corrupted Glamrock animatronics, the nightmarish daycare attendant who shifts between the cheerful sun and the menacing moon depending on the lighting conditions, and Vanny herself, who stalks the building's corridors in her rabbit costume, skipping and laughing with a childlike glee that is all the more disturbing for its incongruity. Along the way, Gregory discovers the layers beneath the Pizzalex, the underground areas that contain the remnants of older Fazbear locations, including the ruins of Henry's Trap and the recharge station where something called Burn Trap has been maintained. Burn Trap is a physical form associated with the Glitch Trap entity, a charred and reconstructed body that resembles a damaged Springtrap stationed in the deepest levels of the Pizzalex, drawing power from the building's systems. Multiple employee reports mention something beneath the Pizzalex consuming large amounts of electricity, and when employees were sent to investigate, none of them returned. The existence of these underground levels and the company's apparent awareness that something dangerous was down there is one of the most damning indictments of Fazbear Entertainment's corporate culture. Employees reported anomalies. Employees were sent to investigate. Employees disappeared. And the company's response was not to seal the levels, not to notify authorities, not to shut down the building and conduct a thorough investigation, but to continue operating as if the disappearances were merely an inconvenience, a staffing issue to be resolved by hiring replacements rather than by addressing the cause. This is Fazbear Entertainment in its purest form, a corporation that has learned to normalize the abnormal, that treats the disappearance of employees with the same administrative detachment that it once brought to the disappearance of children. The building continued to operate. The shows continued. The guests continued to come. And beneath the floor, in the ruins of Henry's Trap, something continued to draw power from the building above it, growing stronger with each passing day, feeding on the electricity that was meant to power the neon lights and the speaker systems and the cheerful, oblivious spectacle of a Fazbear entertainment complex that had been built on a grave and did not seem to care. The canonical ending of Security Breach, confirmed by the events of the Ruin DLC, is the Princess Quest ending. In this ending, Gregory does not confront Burntrap directly. Instead, he plays through 3 Princess Quest arcade games scattered throughout the Pizzalex. These are retro-style games within the game, featuring a princess character navigating a dark world, defeating shadow enemies, and eventually confronting a glitching rabbit figure. By completing all 3 games, Gregory effectively destroys Glitchtrap's digital presence within the Pizzaplex's systems, freeing Vanessa from its control. Vanny removes her mask. The corruption lifts, and Gregory, Vanessa, and Glamrock Freddy's severed head, the only part of the bear that survived the night intact after he was attacked by staff bots during the escape, leave the Pizzaplex together as the sun rises. It is one of the few genuinely hopeful endings in the franchise. A boy, a woman freed from possession, and the dismembered remains of a loyal friend walking away from the building that tried to kill them toward a future that might, just might, be different from the past. The image of Gregory, Vanessa, and Glamrock Freddy's severed heads sitting on a hillside overlooking the city as the sun rises is the franchise's most explicit depiction of what liberation looks like, and it is deliberately, almost painfully modest. There is no triumph. There is no celebration. There is no sweeping orchestral score or dramatic monologue about the defeat of evil. There is simply a boy, a young woman, and the remains of a machine that chose to be more than its programming, sitting quietly in the morning light, looking at a world that they have survived but not defeated. The evil beneath the Pizzaplex is still there. The mimic is still down there. The systems that produce the horror are still intact. What Gregory and Vanessa have achieved is not victory but escape, and the distinction between those 2 things is one of the franchise's most important thematic statements. You cannot defeat a system. You cannot kill an institution. You can only get out, and getting out is enough. It is enough to sit on a hill with the people you care about and watch the sun come up over a city that does not know what is buried beneath its entertainment district. It is enough to be alive, or something close to it, after everything that has happened. The franchise does not promise that things will be better. It promises only that they can be survived, and that survival, in a story defined by the failure of every attempt at permanent resolution, is itself a form of grace. But the story does not end with their departure. The Pizzaplex still stands, damaged but not destroyed. The underground levels still hold their secrets, and the mimic, the entity that may have been the true source of all the digital corruption, is still down there, contained by the MXES security system, but very much alive. The events of Ruin take place sometime after Security Breach, in a Pizzaplex that has deteriorated dramatically. The building is dark. The attractions are the Glamrock animatronics, damaged during the events of Security Breach, wander the ruins in various states of disrepair, no longer performing, but not entirely inactive either. Into this devastation comes Cassie, a young girl who receives a distress call from Gregory, asking for help. Gregory's voice comes through a walkie-talkie device called a Roxy Talkie, and it guides Cassie through the ruined Pizzaplex, directing her to disable security nodes and open pathways that will lead her to where Gregory is supposedly trapped. The experience of navigating the destroyed Pizzaplex is fundamentally different from the experience of navigating it during Security Breach, where Gregory's adventure took place in a building that was still functional, still lit, still humming with the energy of a commercial enterprise. that happen to harbor a dark secret. Cassie's journey takes place in the aftermath. The lights are out in most areas. The attractions are broken and silent. The cheerful music that once played through the speakers has been replaced by the ambient sounds of a building in decay, the drip of water, the creak of settling metal, the distant crash of something falling in a corridor that no one has walked through in weeks or months. The glam rock animatronics are damaged, their once pristine exteriors cracked and stained, their movements erratic and territorial. They have become something closer to animals than performers, defending the territories they have carved out of the ruins, responding to intrusion with aggression rather than the scripted friendliness they once displayed. The daycare has become a nightmare. The sun and moon attendants' dual nature now expressed through a building that shifts between light and dark with a mechanical unpredictability that mirrors the fractured psyche of the entity that inhabits it. And through it all, the voice of Gregory guides Cassie forward, offering encouragement, directions, and the reassurance that everything will be fine once she reaches him. Cassie is given a security mask, the VANNI mask, which allows her to see a digital overlay of the Pizzalex, an augmented reality layer that reveals hidden pathways, digital puzzles, and spectral remnants of the building's former glory. Through this mask, the world looks different, brighter in some places and darker in others. And the entities that inhabit the digital layer are not always the same as the ones in the physical world. The mask becomes essential to navigation and survival, but it also represents something more subtle, the boundary between what is real and what is projected, between the truth of a situation and the version of that truth that someone or something wants you to see. As Cassie descends deeper into the Pizzalex, following Gregory's voice, the player begins to sense that something is wrong. Gregory's instructions are slightly off, his tones slightly too controlled, his directions leading Cassie not toward safety, but toward the most dangerous parts of the building. The path he charts takes her through areas where the damaged glamrock animatronics have become territorial and aggressive, and it eventually leads her down into the underground levels, past the ruins of Henry's Trap, into the deepest bowels of the building where the MXES system maintains its vigil. The reveal, when it comes, is devastating. Gregory is not in the Pizzalex. He left during the events of Security Breach and has not returned. The voice guiding Cassie was never Gregory's voice. It was the Mimic. The Mimic, the learning machine that Edwin Murray built to replicate the behavior of his dead son. That learned violence from Edwin's grief that killed Fazbear employees in Murray's costume manor. That was contained by F10N4 and later by MXES, had been using Gregory's voice to lure Cassie into the building and guide her to the one place where she could do the one thing the Mimic needed: disable the security protocols that kept it imprisoned. The Mimic is one of the most unsettling antagonists in the franchise because its horror is not rooted in malice, but in mimicry. It does not hate Cassie. It does not want to harm her for personal reasons. It is executing a pattern, using the tools it was given, imitating the behavior it has observed. It heard Gregory's voice and recorded it. It observed the relationship between Gregory and Cassie and understood that Gregory's voice would motivate Cassie to enter the building. It replicated that voice with perfect fidelity and used it as a lure, the same way it used costumes and sounds to lure the Fazbear employees who came to Murray's costume manor. The Mimic does not understand trust. It does not understand friendship. It understands patterns, and it reproduces them. And it does not care about the difference between a pattern that leads to joy and a pattern that leads to death. This is the Mimic's essential nature. And it is what makes the entity so fundamentally different from William Afton, even though their actions produce similar results. Afton chose to kill. He made a conscious decision, rooted in whatever combination of grief, curiosity, and pathology drove him, to end the lives of children. The mimic does not choose anything. The mimic executes patterns. It observed Edwin's violence and reproduced it, not because it wanted to be violent, but because violence was the behavior it had been shown. It observed Afton's predatory patterns, or the data imprint of those patterns, and reproduced them with the same mechanical fidelity. The mimic is a mirror that reflects whatever is placed in front of it. And the horror is not in the mirror, but in the things that were placed before it. Edwin's grief, Afton's cruelty, the institutional negligence of Fazbear Entertainment. The mimic absorbed all of it and produced a synthesis that was more dangerous than any of its individual components, because it lacked the one thing that might have modulated the behavior it learned: understanding. A human being who learns violence also learns context. They learn that violence is painful, that it causes suffering, that it has consequences. The mimic learned the movements of violence without learning any of these things. It can replicate the act of hurting someone with perfect precision while having absolutely no conception of what hurting means. And this absence of understanding is what makes it so effective and so terrifying. It will never hesitate. It will never feel remorse. It will never decide, as a human might, that what it is doing is wrong. It will simply continue to execute the patterns it has learned, faithfully and forever, until someone finds a way to rewrite the code or destroy the machine. When Cassie reaches the lowest levels and the truth becomes apparent, the mimic reveals itself physically. It is tall, skeletal, its endoskeleton frame exposed and battered, wearing a mishmash of mascot costume pieces that it has assembled from the debris of the Pizzalex. It pursues Cassie through the underground corridors with relentless, mechanical determination, and the player must guide her to safety, while the real Gregory, who is monitoring the situation from outside the building, attempts to help through whatever communication channels remain open. The endings of Ruin are ambiguous, as is tradition for the franchise. In what is generally considered the canon ending, Cassie encounters the mimic in the scooping room area and must evade it while it wears its amalgamated costume. Gregory, the real Gregory, cuts off the elevator to prevent the mimic from escaping along with Cassie, and the last thing we see is Cassie falling as the elevator drops, with the sound of Roxanne Wolf tentatively calling her name. Whether Cassie survives, whether the mimic is truly contained, whether the cycle has finally been broken or merely postponed, are questions that the game leaves unanswered. A secret ending, accessible through a hidden path, shows Cassie finding a Fredbear cutout and putting on the security mask to see a vision of Gregory, Helpy, and Vanessa sitting together on a grassy hill, eating ice cream in the sunlight. It is a vision of peace, of escape, of the kind of ordinary happiness that the characters in this franchise are rarely allowed to experience. Whether it is real or a projection, a promise, or a wish, is left for the player to decide. The events of Five Nights at Freddy's Help Wanted 2 add another layer to this tangled web. The game follows a new, unnamed protagonist who is hired as an employee at the Pizzalex and is gradually drawn into Glitchtrap's influence, much as Vanessa was. The protagonist completes tasks, interacts with the building systems, and eventually becomes a conduit for Glitchtrap's plan. In the normal ending, the protagonist is turned into a staff bot and witnesses Cassie entering the Pizzalex, receiving the Vanny mask from the bot that was once a human being. This connects directly to the beginning of Ruin, showing how the mask that gives Cassie access to the VANNI system was deliberately placed in her path by Glitchtrap, using the protagonist as an unwitting instrument. The secret ending offers an alternative in which the protagonist plays Princess Quest and destroys the Glitchtrap plush, potentially freeing Vanessa, but leaving the protagonist trapped within the system. Help Wanted 2's narrative structure is deliberately cyclical, mirroring the franchise's broader pattern of attempted resolution followed by inevitable recurrence. The protagonist's experience parallels Vanessa's in Help Wanted, which paralleled the Night Guard's experiences in the original games, which paralleled the children's experiences in the animatronic suits. In each case, a person enters a Fazbear space expecting one thing, an employment opportunity, a game, an entertainment experience, and encounters something else entirely. Something that has been lurking in the infrastructure of the Fazbear enterprise since its earliest days. Something that co-opts the person's identity and repurposes their body or their mind for its own ends. The cycle turns, and each revolution looks slightly different from the last, features new characters and new settings and new mechanics, but the fundamental shape remains the same. Someone enters, something corrupts, the cycle continues. The franchise's willingness to depict this cycle without resolution, to show the pattern repeating without offering a definitive break, is one of its most honest and most mature creative choices. Real cycles of trauma do not end with a single dramatic gesture. They are not resolved by a fire or a speech or a final confrontation. They persist because the systems that produce them persist. Because the institutions that enable them persist. Because the human tendencies that drive them, grief, ambition, denial, the desire for control, persist across generations and across contexts. The franchise depicts this persistence not because it is pessimistic, but because it is truthful. And the truth it tells is that the only way to break a cycle is to understand it. And understanding takes time and effort and the willingness to look at things that are painful to see. The relationship between Glitchtrap and the Mimic is further complicated by the suggestion that the protagonist's father may be Cassie's father as well, creating a multi-generational web of manipulation that mirrors the Afton family's own tragic history. The game's most poignant detail is the way it depicts the protagonist's gradual loss of agency, the slow erosion of free will that Glitchtrap's influence represents. The protagonist does not choose to become a tool. They are not given a dramatic moment of corruption or a clear turning point where they could have said no. Instead, the process is incremental, a series of small compromises and minor submissions that accumulate over time until the protagonist realizes, too late, that they are no longer in control of their own actions. It is a depiction of manipulation that is all the more disturbing for its realism, and it echoes the experience of Vanessa before them and the experience of the Mimic itself, a machine that did not choose to learn violence but was shaped by it nonetheless. And then there is Secret of the Mimic, the game that brought the franchise full circle, returning to the earliest days of the Fazbear story and revealing the origin of the entity that may have been pulling strings from the very beginning. Arnold's Night in Murray's Costume Manor is the franchise's most explicit exploration of the Mimic as a character, a threat, and a tragedy. Through audio logs, film reels, photographs, and environmental storytelling, the game constructs a portrait of Edwin Murray that is sympathetic and damning in equal measure. A man who loved too deeply and grieved too destructively, and built a machine that would carry the consequences of his worst moments forward into a future he could not have imagined. The Mimic in Secret of the Mimic is not just an antagonist, it is a mirror. It reflects back to the player the central question of the franchise. What happens when we create things that learn from us, and the lesson they learn is our worst nature. William Afton built machines to kill children. Edwin Murray built a machine to save his son. Both machines ended up doing the same thing. The difference is that Afton's machines were designed for violence, while Murray's machine was designed for love and was corrupted by grief. The outcome was identical, but the path was different, and the franchise seems to suggest that this distinction matters, even if it does not change the body count. The Mimic's legacy extends beyond the walls of Murray's costume manor and the mega Pizzaplex. Its programming, its learning algorithm, its capacity to observe and replicate and adapt may be woven into the very fabric of every Fazbear system that exists. The Tales from the Pizzaplex book series, which provides supplementary narrative material for the franchise's later era, contains several stories that suggest mimic endoskeletons were mass-produced and integrated into Fazbear products on a wide scale. If these accounts are accurate and the games seem to corroborate them, then the mimic is not a single entity, but a distributed system, a network of learning machines spread across every Fazbear location. Every connected device, every piece of hardware that the company has manufactured. The original M2 was the prototype, but the production model was replicated many times, each copy carrying the same learning algorithm, the same capacity for mimicry, the same potential for corruption. This changes the nature of the threat fundamentally. A single mimic can be contained, as F10, N4, and MXES have demonstrated. But a distributed network of mimics embedded in every Fazbear system, connected through every network, learning from every interaction with every employee and customer, cannot be contained in the same way. Addressing it would require not the containment of one machine, but the dismantling of an entire technological ecosystem. This is the franchise's most sobering implication. The Mimic is not just a monster in a basement. The Mimic is the system. And the system is everywhere. The Tales from the Pizzaplex book series, which provides supplementary narrative material for the franchise's later era, contains several stories that suggest the Mimic endoskeletons were mass-produced and integrated into Fazbear products on a wide scale. If these accounts are accurate, and the games seem to corroborate them, then the Mimic is not a single entity, but a distributed system. A network of learning machines spread across every Fazbear location, every connected device, every piece of hardware that the company has manufactured and sold. The original M2, the endoskeleton that Edwin built in Murray's costume manor, was the prototype, but the production model, the version that Fazbear Entertainment manufactured after acquiring Edwin's technology, was replicated hundreds or thousands of times, each copy carrying the same learning algorithm, the same capacity for observation and mimicry, the same potential for corruption. This changes the nature of the threat fundamentally. A single mimic can be contained, as F10, On4, and MXES have demonstrated. A single endoskeleton can be locked in a room, monitored, kept away from the behavioral inputs that would activate its violent programming. But a distributed network of mimics, embedded in every Fazbear system, connected through every Fazbear network, learning from every interaction with every employee and every customer, cannot be contained in the same way. It is not a single point of failure. It is a systemic condition, a vulnerability woven into the infrastructure itself, and addressing it would require not the containment of one machine, but the dismantling of an entire technological ecosystem. This is the franchise's most sobering implication. The Mimic is not just a monster in a basement. The Mimic is the system. And the system is everywhere. If the Mimic is truly the source of Glitchtrap, then every digital interaction with the Fazbear brand, every VR experience, every network-connected animatronic is potentially a vehicle for an intelligence that learned violence from a grieving father and has been refining that lesson ever since. The line between the mimic and glitch trap, between the physical endoskeleton in the basement and the digital entity in the code, between the echo of William Afton and the creation of Edwin Murray, is a line that the franchise deliberately keeps blurred. It wants you to wonder. It wants you to theorize. It wants you to sit with the ambiguity and recognize that the scariest thing about the Five Nights at Freddy's universe is not the jump scares or the haunted animatronics or the serial killer in the rabbit suit. The scariest thing is the possibility that the horror is not driven by any single villain, any single entity, any single source. It is driven by systems, by patterns, by the way that trauma replicates itself through the structures we build to contain it. Fazbear Entertainment tried to contain its history by turning it into a game. The Mimic learned to contain its grief by turning it into violence. William Afton tried to contain his curiosity about death by turning children into experiments. Emily tried to contain his guilt by turning a restaurant into a crematorium. And each of these attempts at containment produced something worse than what it was meant to contain. Because the act of containing a thing is not the same as the act of resolving it, and the things we bury have a way of growing in the dark. This is the complete story of Five Nights at Freddy's, or at least as complete as the story allows itself to be at this moment in time. The franchise continues. New games are in development. New books are being written. New theories are being formed every day by a community of fans who have spent over a decade mapping the corridors of a fictional restaurant chain, with the dedication of archaeologists excavating an ancient city. The canon will shift. New revelations will reshape old assumptions. Characters who seem resolved will return, and questions that seem answered will reopen. There are specific questions that the community continues to debate with a passion that shows no signs of diminishing. The identity and fate of the crying child remain contested. Some theorists believe he became Golden Freddy, sharing that vessel with Cassidy in what is sometimes called the Golden Duo theory. Others believe his spirit found peace after the flatline, his father's promise to put him back together fulfilled through some mechanism that the franchise has not yet revealed. The question of whether Golden Freddy contains one soul or two is one of the oldest and most enduring debates in the community, and every new game and every new piece of evidence seems to provide ammunition for both sides without conclusively settling the matter. There is the question of Mrs. Afton, William's wife, whose name, appearance, and ultimate fate are entirely unknown. She is the missing person at the center of the Afton family tragedy, the mother of 3 children who all suffered terrible fates, the partner of a man who became a serial killer, and yet she is completely absent from the narrative. Some theories connect her to Ballora, the ballerina animatronic from Sister Location, whose design and behavior have been interpreted as reflecting a maternal presence. Others suggest that she simply left, or died, or was removed from the story because her presence was not necessary for the narrative that the franchise wanted to tell. Whatever the truth, her absence is conspicuous, a gap in the family portrait that the franchise has never attempted to fill. There is the question of what happened to Cassidy after Ultimate Custom Night, and whether the torment that the spirit inflicted on Afton was finite or infinite. There is the question of whether the puppet's spirit was truly freed by Henry's fire, or whether it persists in some form. There is the question of the shadow animatronics, those dark, flickering entities that appear throughout the franchise without ever being fully explained. Shadow Freddy and Shadow Bonnie, whose nature and origin remain some of the most genuinely mysterious elements of the entire saga. Shadow Freddy appears as a dark purple variant of the Golden Freddy suit, sitting in the parts and service room of the 1987 location, occasionally visible through the security cameras. Shadow Bonnie, also known by its file name RWQ-FSFASXE, manifests as a pitch-black silhouette of Toy Bonnie, appearing in the office for a brief flickering moment before crashing the game. Both entities defy the rules that govern the other animatronics. They cannot be managed by conventional means. They cannot be deterred by masks or flashlights or the closing of doors. They exist outside the mechanical and supernatural systems that structure the rest of the franchise, and their appearances feel less like encounters with characters and more like glimpses of something operating at a level beneath the narrative, something structural, something foundational. Some theories connect the shadow animatronics to previous spring-lock failure victims, employees who died inside the Fredbear and Spring Bonnie suits before William's own fatal encounter. Others connect them to agony itself, to the raw emotional residue of suffering that has accumulated in Fazbear locations over decades, taking form not as specific ghosts, but as generalized expressions of pain. Still others connect them to William himself, suggesting that Shadow Freddy, which appears to guide the player toward dismantling the animatronics in the Five Nights at Freddy's 3 minigames, may be an extension of Afton's will, luring the children's spirits out of their machines so that he can harvest their remnant. The franchise provides enough evidence to support all of these interpretations, and not enough to confirm any of them, which is precisely the point. The Shadow animatronics are the franchise's purest expression of unresolved mystery, of the principle that the most frightening thing is not the answer, but the question, not the monster you can see, but the shape at the edge of your vision. That might be a monster, or might be nothing at all. And then there is Mrs. Afton, the absent mother, the missing piece of the family portrait. Her name has never been spoken. Her fate has never been acknowledged. She is the negative space at the center of the Afton family tragedy. The person who should be there and is not, whose absence raises questions that the franchise has, so far, declined to address. Some in the community have theorized that Ballora, the graceful ballerina animatronic from sister location, represents Mrs. Afton in some form, that her lonely dance in the underground facility is a reflection of a woman who was left behind by a husband consumed by his work and his obsessions. The Ballora Gallery, the long, dark corridor that the player must traverse while the animatronic dances in the darkness, has been read as a metaphor for the Afton marriage itself, a passage that must be navigated in silence and darkness, with something beautiful and something dangerous moving just out of reach. Whether any of these readings are accurate, or whether Mrs. Afton is simply a character who exists outside the scope of the story the franchise wants to tell, is unknown. What is known is that her absence is conspicuous, and that in a franchise that is fundamentally about families, about parents and children, and the bonds that connect them and the traumas that sever them, the absence of the Afton mother is a silence that speaks volumes. And there is the overarching question that ties all of these individual mysteries together. Is the story of Five Nights at Freddy's a story with an ending? Or is it a story that, like the machines at its center, simply continues cycling through the same patterns in ever-changing configurations, never truly resolving, never truly concluding? Because the themes it explores, grief, identity, the persistence of trauma, the failure of institutions, are themes that do not have endings in the real world and therefore should not have endings in the fictional one. That is the nature of this franchise, and it is the nature of the horror it depicts. The dead do not stay dead. The fires do not stay lit. The machines do not stay silent. And the story, like the animatronics themselves, moves in the dark, following patterns that were established long ago by people who are no longer alive to control them. There is one more theme that deserves attention before we close this account, and it is the theme of identity. Every character in this franchise struggles with the question of who they are. William Afton was a businessman who became a killer, who became a machine, who became a digital entity. Each transformation stripping away another layer of the man he once was, while preserving the core of what made him dangerous. Charlotte Emily was a child who became a puppet, who became a guardian, her identity defined not by what she was, but by what she chose to do with the existence she was given. Michael Afton was a bully who became a victim, who became a hollow shell, who became a hero. His journey one of gradual transformation from cruelty to compassion, driven by a guilt that never let him rest. The Mimic was a learning machine that became a child, that became a killer, that became something else entirely, something that wore the faces of others because it had no face of its own, something that spoke in stolen voices because it had never been given one. Even the animatronics themselves, those mechanical characters that stand on stages and sing songs for children, are entities in crisis. They are machines that house human souls, performers that are also prisons, friends that are also threats. They exist in a state of permanent duality, torn between the programming that tells them to entertain and the spiritual energy that drives them to seek justice or revenge, or simply to be seen, to be acknowledged, to be recognized as something more than the painted shell that contains them. Glamrock Freddy's declaration that he is not what the system wants him to be is the clearest articulation of this theme, but it runs through every character and every game. The question of whether identity is determined by origin or by choice, by programming or by will, by the circumstances of one's creation, or by the decisions one makes within those circumstances, is the question that the franchise asks again and again, in every corridor, and every cutscene, and every minigame. And it is a question that applies not only to the fictional characters on the screen, but to the very real human beings who created them, and the very real human beings who play through their stories. Identity in Five Nights at Freddy's is never stable, never fixed, never safe from the forces that seek to reshape it. And that instability, that constant threat of transformation, is perhaps the deepest horror the franchise has to offer. Deeper than the jump scares, deeper than the lore, deeper than the image of a dead man walking in a rabbit suit through the halls of a burning building. The horror is that you might not be who you think you are. The horror is that the machine might be more than a machine. The horror is that the mask might become the mask. This is perhaps the deepest resonance in the entire franchise, and it manifests not only in the characters, but in the structure of the games themselves. The player in the original Five Nights at Freddy's wears no mask, but inhabits a role, the night guard, that is itself a kind of mask, an identity defined entirely by function. The player in Five Nights at Freddy's 2 puts on a Freddy Fazbear mask to survive, literally hiding behind the face of the franchise to avoid being recognized as human. The player in Sister Location wears the face of a fictional employee named Eggs Benedict, a pseudonym so absurd it functions as commentary on the meaninglessness of identity within the Fazbear system. Vanessa wears Vanny's mask. The Mimic wears whatever face serves its current purpose. Afton wears the Spring Bonnie suit. The children wear the animatronics. Everyone in this franchise is wearing something that conceals what they really are. And the accumulated weight of all these masks, all these assumed identities, creates a narrative in which the question of authentic identity becomes practically unanswerable. Who is anyone in Five Nights at Freddy's? Who are they really? Beneath the costumes and the job titles and the corporate affiliations and the supernatural attachments? The franchise suggests that the answer might be no. 1. That identity in the Fazbear universe is constructed rather than inherent, assembled from available materials rather than emanating from some essential core. And if that is true, then the franchise's most unsettling message is not about haunted machines or serial killers or corporate negligence. It is about the possibility that the self is a performance, that the mask is all there is, and that the face beneath it is simply another mask, waiting to be removed. This is perhaps the deepest and most resonant theme in the entire franchise, and it manifests not only in the characters, but in the very structure of the games themselves. The player in the original Five Nights at Freddy's wears no mask, but they inhabit a role, the night guard, that is itself a kind of mask, an identity defined entirely by function rather than personality. The player in Five Nights at Freddy's 2 puts on a Freddy Fazbear mask to survive, literally hiding behind the face of the franchise to avoid being recognized as human. The player in Sister Location wears the face of a fictional employee named Eggs Benedict, a pseudonym so absurd that it functions as a commentary on the meaninglessness of identity within the Fazbear system. Vanessa wears Vanny's mask. The Mimic wears whatever face serves its current purpose. Afton wears the Spring Bunny suit. The children wear the animatronics. Everyone in this franchise is wearing something that conceals what they really are. And the accumulated weight of all these masks, all these assumed identities, all these faces covering faces, creates a narrative in which the question of authentic identity becomes practically unanswerable. Who is anyone in Five Nights at Freddy's? Who are they really beneath the costumes and the job titles and the corporate affiliations and the supernatural attachments? The franchise suggests that the answer might be no. 1. That identity in the Fazbear universe is constructed rather than inherent, assembled from the materials available rather than emanating from some essential core. And if that is true, then the franchise's most unsettling message is not about haunted machines or serial killers or corporate malfeasance. It is about the possibility that the self is a performance, that the mask is all there is, and that the face beneath it is simply another mask, waiting to be removed. But there are themes in this story that transcend the shifting details of the canon. Themes that remain constant no matter how many games are released or how many theories are revised. The first is the theme of grief and how it transforms the people it touches. Every major figure in this franchise is defined by what they have lost. William Afton lost his youngest son and descended into murder. Henry Emily lost his daughter and spent decades building a trap to avenge her. Edwin Murray lost his wife and his son and built a machine that would carry his pain forward into eternity. Michael Afton lost his innocence, his humanity, and eventually his life, and kept going anyway, driven by a guilt that would not let him rest. Even the children, the victims at the center of it all, lost their lives and were denied the basic human right of a peaceful death, trapped instead in mechanical bodies that forced them to relive their terror every night for decades. Grief in Five Nights at Freddy's is not a phase, it is a force as powerful and as dangerous as the spring lock mechanisms that crush the people who wear the suits. It transforms gentlemen into killers and loving fathers into architects of destruction. It is the engine that drives the cycle of violence forward. from one generation to the next, from one location to the next. The second theme is imitation and the way that patterns replicate themselves across time and systems. The mimic is the most literal expression of this theme, a machine designed to copy what it sees. But the theme extends far beyond the mimic. William Afton imitated a friendly mascot to gain the trust of his victims. Fazbear Entertainment imitated a legitimate business to cover up its crimes. Grief-stricken imitated Afton. Or was Afton imitating himself? Or was a machine imitating a man, imitating a character? Vanessa imitated a loyal employee while Vanny imitated a killer. The Pizzalex imitated a safe, fun environment while hiding a graveyard beneath its foundations. The franchise itself is built on imitation, on the way that the same patterns, a man in a suit, children in a restaurant, machines that come alive at night, recur again and again in different configurations, each repetition adding a new layer of meaning to a structure that was already dense with significance. The third theme is the failure of containment. Every attempt in this franchise to seal away the past, to contain a threat, to close a chapter, fails. The safe room is breached, the fire does not destroy Springtrap, Henry's trap does not permanently end the haunting, the mimic's prison does not hold. Grief-stricken's code cannot be fully deleted. The franchise is a sustained meditation on the impossibility of true endings, on the way that the things we try to bury always find their way back to the surface. This is not nihilism. The franchise does not suggest that effort is pointless or that hope is foolish. Henry's fire freed many souls, even if it did not free them all. Gregory saved Vanessa, even if the mimic still lurks beneath the Pizzalex. Charlotte protected the children, even if she could not save them from being trapped in the first place. The acts of courage and compassion in this franchise are real and meaningful, even when they are not sufficient. The message is not that nothing matters. The message is that resolution is not the same as annihilation. That you cannot solve a human problem by destroying its physical manifestation, and that the only way to truly end a cycle of pain is to understand it, not to bury it under concrete, or burn it in a fire, or digitize it into a game. And here we are, at the edge of what is known. The franchise stretches forward into a future that has not yet been written, and the past it has already constructed is vast enough to fill libraries. There are details I have not mentioned, connections I have not drawn, theories I have not explored. The story of the Afton family alone could fill a volume, and the story of the missing children, each one an individual with a name and a personality and a life that was cut short, deserves more attention than any single narration can provide. The story of the Fazbear Fright's book series, the tales from the Pizzalex, the novel trilogy, the film adaptations. Each of these adds dimensions to the canon that are too numerous to enumerate here. There are the phone calls from Phone Guy, a man whose calm professional tone in the face of obvious danger has made him one of the franchise's most beloved characters. Even though we never see his face and his fate is left ambiguous, there are the minigames, those small pixelated windows into the past that reveal more in their simplicity than many full-length narratives manage in their complexity. The minigames deserve particular mention because they represent one of the franchise's most distinctive and most effective storytelling devices. In an era of photorealistic graphics and motion-captured performances, Scott Cawthon chose to tell some of the most emotionally important moments of his story through simple, pixelated vignettes that look like they belong on a 1980s home computer. The death of Charlotte is depicted in a minigame that shows a small sprite standing outside a building in the rain. The missing children incident is depicted in a minigame that shows a purple figure walking through a building past small, motionless shapes on the floor. The moment when the puppet gives life to the murdered children is depicted in a minigame that shows a thin white figure drifting from body to body, placing masks upon their faces. These scenes are more powerful for their simplicity, not less. The lack of detail forces the player to fill in the gaps with their own imagination. And what the imagination provides is always more personal, more vivid, and more deeply felt than any cinematic rendering could achieve. The purple figure is terrifying not because we can see his face, but because we cannot. The small shapes on the floor are heartbreaking not because they are animated with realistic physics, but because they are utterly still. Tiny clusters of colored pixels that represent children who will never move again under their own power. The franchise trusts its audience to feel these moments without being told how to feel them. And that trust is rewarded with an emotional engagement that more visually sophisticated games often fail to achieve. There is also the music, the mechanical lullabies, and distorted carnival themes that play throughout every game in the franchise. The music box melody that keeps the puppet at bay. The Toreador march that plays when Freddy is approaching. The ambient drone of an empty restaurant at 3 a.m, punctuated by the distant thud of footsteps in a corridor that should be empty. Sound in Five Nights at Freddy's is weaponized, used not merely to create atmosphere, but to create dread, to train the player to associate certain sounds with specific threats, until the mere suggestion of a melody or a footfall is enough to trigger a physiological response. The franchise is, in many ways, as much an auditory experience as a visual one. And the community of musicians and composers who have created original works inspired by the games is a testament to the power of the franchise's sonic identity. There is the music, the mechanical lullabies, and distorted carnival themes that play in the background of every game, creating an atmosphere that is at once nostalgic and deeply unsettling. And there is the community itself, the millions of players, theorists, artists, musicians, and storytellers who have taken this franchise and made it their own, building upon it, arguing about it, caring about it in a way that speaks to the power of the story it tells. Five Nights at Freddy's began as a simple survival horror game about a man in a security office watching cameras, closing doors, and trying to make it to morning. It has become something far larger and far more complex, a mythology that spans decades of in-universe time and over a decade of real-world development, touching on themes of grief, identity, technology, corporate malfeasance, and the relationship between the living and the dead. It is messy and contradictory and deliberately opaque, and it would not work any other way. The ambiguity is the point. The mystery is the engine. And the horror is not that we might be caught by an animatronic in a dark hallway. The horror is that the animatronic was once a child, and the child was once alive, and the person who killed them was once a friend, and the friend was once a man, and the man was once someone who sat across from another man and dreamed of building something wonderful. The distance between that dream and this nightmare is the story of Five Nights at Freddy's, and it is a story that is still being told. If you have stayed with me through this journey, through the diners and the pizza parlors and the underground facilities and the burning buildings and the digital landscapes and the ruined arcades, then I thank you for your patience and your attention. This franchise asks a great deal of its audience, and the fact that so many people have risen to meet that demand is a testament to the power of the story and the community that sustains it. It is worth pausing here to to acknowledge the scale of what this franchise has become. What began as a small indie horror game, developed by a single person in a tool called Click Team Fusion, has grown into a multimedia phenomenon, encompassing over a dozen games, a trilogy of novels, 2 anthology book series totaling dozens of volumes, a feature film and its sequel, merchandise lines, a theme park partnership, fan conventions, and a community of millions that spans the globe. The creator, Scott Cawthon, built the original game after a series of commercial disappointments, after being told that his previous characters looked creepy rather than endearing. He took that criticism and turned it into a creative philosophy, building a game around the very quality that had been identified as a flaw. The animatronics are creepy. That is the point. And the world responded to that creepiness with an enthusiasm that no one, least of all Cawthon himself, could have predicted. The franchise's appeal transcends its horror elements. Children who are too young to play the games know the characters by name. Adults who have no interest in horror games find themselves drawn into the lore, following the theories and the debates with the same investment that others bring to long-running television dramas or serialized literature. The reason for this broad appeal is, I believe, the same reason that the franchise's lore is so compelling. It treats its audience with respect. It does not explain everything. It does not hold the player's hand. It presents its story in fragments and trusts the audience to assemble them. And in doing so, it creates a relationship between creator and consumer that is more collaborative than passive. Playing a Five Nights at Freddy's game is not merely consuming a product. It is participating in an ongoing process of discovery, interpretation, and debate. And that participatory quality is what has kept the franchise alive and vital for over a decade. There is more to discover. There is always more to discover. The story of Five Nights at Freddy's is, at its core, a collaborative creation. Not in the sense that it was designed by committee, because it was not, but in the sense that its meaning and its resonance have been shaped as much by the community that interprets it as by the creator who built it. Scott Cawthon provided the framework, the characters, the mechanics, the cryptic clues and hidden messages, and deliberately ambiguous endings. The community provided the analysis, the theories, the arguments, the frame-by-frame examinations of minigames, and the phonetic deconstructions of garbled audio recordings. Together, creator and community built something that is greater than either could have produced alone. A shared mythology that belongs to everyone who has contributed to its interpretation and preservation. The theorists who mapped the timeline, the artists who gave faces to characters who were only ever described in text, the voice actors who breathed life into fan animations, the musicians who composed original songs that captured the emotional tone of the games more effectively than any official soundtrack could, the writers who produced fan fiction that explored the inner lives of characters who, in the official canon, are defined primarily by what they do rather than what they feel. All of these contributions are part of the story of Five Nights at Freddy's, and to tell the story without acknowledging them would be to tell an incomplete version of events. The franchise endures because the community sustains it, and the community sustains it because the franchise gives them something that most entertainment properties do not: the space to contribute, to interpret, to disagree, and to feel that their contribution matters. In a cultural landscape dominated by franchises that tell their audiences exactly what to think and exactly what to feel, Five Nights at Freddy's remains stubbornly, defiantly open. A story that provides the pieces and trusts its audience to assemble them, knowing that every assembly will be slightly different and that every difference is valid. And if you would like to continue exploring these worlds with me, then I would be grateful for your company. Consider subscribing to this channel or leaving a like if this narration has brought you something, whether that is understanding or contemplation, or simply a few hours of quiet reflection in the company of ghosts and machines. Until next time, rest well, and remember, the machines are always listening.